On our clock, so we'll get this started. Welcome everybody to our final budget of this council. First off, we'll start with disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Seeing everybody, we can't do the budget. No pecuniary interest. Okay, deputations. Trevor, you're up first from the CEO of the Public Library, and you have your report. I see you're anxious this morning. You'll be out of here by 9:15.
All right. Okay, good morning, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you for allowing me to present our budget request, and we will try and be pretty quick here. So our outlining of some of our service highlights, some of our stats, looking to the future, and then the actual grant request. So, as I'm sure you all know, cost of living is skyrocketing. People are having a lot of trouble with affordability right now. We offer free services, we offer the internet, computer access, and things that are absolutely crucial to people who otherwise could not afford it. We have the collection, both physical and digital, programs, educational workshops, art exhibitions. We support regional artists, and we also have space for study, charging, and the internet. So some of the things we do, and this is all, commending our staff. They work very hard for this. So we had over 2,600 elementary school students coming through the library, so that program has really taken off. The teachers are really embracing it. And we like to see all those students coming through and learning about the library and the gallery as well. We had 16,000 people attending programs in 2025, slightly lower than 2024. We are kind of going slightly lower over the past few years, and it was a record high during COVID, just thousands and thousands of people on virtual programming. So we're seeing that number sort of level off now. Gallery, we had 1,100 people attending our opening receptions, and that actually was a big increase of 40%. For 141,000 people entering the building, so you can just see how popular and dynamic the services are. Our collection over from 2015 to 2024 circulated 3.6 million items. Over that time, we increased by 23%. In 2025, there were 427,000 items, and that's about 76 physical and 24% digital. So often people ask, what do people read? What do people like? And books, physical paper is still by far our number one, our most popular item. We did have some issues with one of our digital platforms, but we still saw 101,000 digital items circulated in 2025, sorry, that's a typo. The most popular genre was literary fiction, so just general fiction. Mysteries and romances are right after that. So just a couple quick things about the future before we talk about the budget. We are looking at more options for self-serve. We have limited at this point. We have a return bin in the sports center, so some services that are extended beyond our main branch, but we want to do more of that. We want to have things like vending machines, return bins, just things to stretch out into the various pockets of development that we're seeing around the city. And the big thing that we're really focusing on, and I'm sure I'll be back here perhaps in future years with other requests funding-wise, but is the bookmobile. So the bookmobile idea is because there's so many different geographical places where there's development and where the population's growing, if we have that mobile option, we can bring it around. We can visit the different parts of the city, we can bring it over to Tyendinaga, and it just gives us a lot more flexibility than if we built physical branches. So I'll just talk quickly about the grant request. It's $69,500 increase or 2.5%. The borrowing collection itself went up 2% to $242,000, and the revenue that we're collecting in 2025 is $280,000, and that we expect to continue in 26 as well. So we do bring in some of our revenue. We have a provincial grant that's about $85,000, and then we have our sales, our gallery shop, and room rentals and things like that. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, I need a motion then to, Councillor Thompson, sorry.
Just happy to see the book collection increasing. Thank you.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Thompson, I did mention to the board that if we cut our book budget, we'd have you to answer for. So yeah, no worries there.
Okay, I need a motion then to refer this to operating issue D11, moved by Councillor Carr, second by Councillor Thompson. All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Trevor. Have a great day. Are you going to stick around for the rest? You're more than welcome. I won't center you out if you leave, okay? Next, we have Heather Smith, Police Service Board Chair, and Murray Rod, Chief of Police, Deputy Chief Sheri Meeks, on behalf of the Belleville Police Service Board, re 2026 budget. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Worship, Mayor Ellis, councillors, city staff, and members of the audience. Before I begin this morning, I'd like to publicly apologize to Councillor Carr. He had sent me correspondence with a number of questions regarding the operational budget of the service. They were great questions, and I hope the answers helped each of you with your deliberations. You could not make this up. The only problem, when I sent it to you all, I didn't send it back to Councillor Carr. I corrected that situation Tuesday morning, but my apologies, sir. So, thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning. Please be assured that the board acknowledges the challenges presented by the police budget and that we understand and appreciate the goals of council and our responsibility to the community we serve. As we are about to celebrate our 190th year of service to this community, I want to let you know that we heard loud and clear through our strategic planning process in 2025 that our community wants to know more about our service, and to that end, throughout the year we'll be hosting town halls, which you'll be invited to, and a councillor orientation day specifically for yourselves to share updates and news regarding our service. Like each of you, I and the members of our Police Service Board are members of this community and taxpayers. We are acutely aware of the growing pressures placed on municipalities as responsibilities are downloaded from provincial and federal governments without the corresponding funding to support them. I want to express our board's appreciation for your decision following our November submission to return the budget to us for further review. I assure you that every member of our board, 3 appointed by this council and 2 by the province, all of whom live in this community and are entrusted with ensuring adequate and effective policing, undertook a careful line-by-line reassessment at our general meeting on December 8th. The minutes of that meeting are on our website. We concluded that this budget could not responsibly ignore the risks created by years of deferred needs. These pressures were not unforeseen by previous boards, but they were postponed due to recruiting challenges and the impact on municipal taxes. We felt we could not submit an unrealistic budget that would not meet our needs nor address our mandate and the policing needs of our community and the men and women who serve. The City of Belleville participated in the BMA municipal study identifying the variables unique to our community that drive additional policing costs: a casino, a courthouse, prisoner transport to and from jails and court, a significant growth in population, and the daily influx of people who come here for work, entertainment, education, recreation, and sport. Our location on the Bay of Quinte brings seasonal visitors and boaters, and we continue to operate under a declared state of emergency due to homelessness, mental health challenges, and addiction. These realities, combined with understaffing, reduced or eliminated grants, and provincial underfunding for mandated responsibilities directly shape the operational budget before you. Our goal as a board and as a service is to prevent crime and respond to it. In this moment in our community's life, policing has expanded into roles that were never intended to fall solely on the shoulders of officers. This is not unique to Belleville. It is happening across the province and is a contributor to the cost of policing. You will hear that from every municipality, including the OPP, as we are all swimming in the same water. Our board understands the concern about public perception, that approving a budget with a 15% increase may appear careless or excessive. Nothing could be further from the truth. We heard clearly from the community during our strategic planning session this spring. Residents want more officers in their neighborhoods, more patrols on the roads, more traffic enforcement, faster responses to calls, and the nuisances and harms created by social challenges facing our city. Our board must, by legislation, ensure our service addresses crime prevention, law enforcement, maintaining the public peace, emergency response, assistance to victims of crime, and any other prescribed policing function identified through the Act. Before I turn things over to Chief Rod to walk through the numbers, I want to underscore 2 points. First, delay is always cheaper than repair. That is what brings us to this budget and these numbers today. You understand this well when you consider our water and sewage infrastructure or fire service. Policing is no different and as essential. If a community cannot rely on its water system, its fire department, or its police service, it's in trouble. That's not an emotional statement, it's a factual one, and highlighted in this case, in the case of our service, by the 32,662 calls we responded to in 2025. Some of those calls could be resolved within the hour, some took days, and others took weeks and months, while a few may require resources for several years. Second, as federal and provincial governments continue to shift costs onto municipalities, the burden ultimately falls on local ratepayers. The structural problem remains unaddressed, and each year we move forward without resolving past deficiencies. Voters duly elect governments who make those decisions. The costs continue to land on municipalities. The cost compounds. We are facing a perfect storm, one that now sits before you and before the residents of this community. The risks we face in policing today were not unforeseen. They've been deferred over a number of years. There are moments when one must act with conviction, and unanimously, our board believes that this is such a moment. We have a responsibility, a duty of care to both the members of this community and to the men and women who serve. Thank you for your attention through this, and now I'll turn it over to Chief Rod.
Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Your Worship, members of Council, colleagues from the City of Belleville, members and colleagues of the Belleville Police Service, and we are joined by live streamers, the executive of the Belleville Police Association and Inspector Auberton, who are away at the Provincial Labour Conference. I had retired once in my life, as did His Worship, and we're both back at it. Two things I said I never wanted to do again was present to Council a police budget, and the other was get old, and here I am. So it is our fate to be here today. The operating budget proposal is before you. The number is $33,524,718 and is aimed at addressing community safety, adherence with the Community Safety and Policing Act, and asset management planning. The other implied aspects of the new police legislation is modernization of policing and oversight and accountability, which are the hidden cost drivers. And of course, everyone knows that the labor cost of policing has escalated around the province to attract and retain the talent of the women and men who stand up to do this job. So we have met with the community, as the chair said, through the strategic planning process, and we heard them loud and clear. They want to have partnerships with officers in their neighborhood. They want them to be proactive. They want them to solve crimes. They want us to deal with property issues and the social nuisances that affect the quality of their life. And of course, they expect us to comply with legislation. So the municipality's responsibilities are set out. I know you know them, and they're there to be seen. But essentially, it's to fund the board sufficiently to comply with the act and the regulations and to pay the expenses of the board's operation other than remuneration to board members. The Police Services Board also, and the Commissioner, shall ensure adequate and effective policing. That's a nuance. Municipal police, it's the Commissioner who decides what adequate and effective is. In the municipalities, it's the board that ensures that in concert with the Chief of Police and community partners. We have a responsibility to be compliant, and that is, again, the theme here. Chief of Police shall manage the members of a police service to ensure that they carry out their duties in accordance with this act and regulations and in a manner that reflects the needs of the community. Every chief shall ensure that the members of the police service or persons performing policing functions under the direction of a member are capable of performing the functions assigned to them. And every chief of police shall ensure that the equipment and other resources provided to members of the police service for the purposes of providing a police function shall include at least the equipment and resources set out in Schedule 1 of Regulation O Reg 392-23, Section 19. So to that end, that is exactly the investments we're asking the community to make. We can't ask people to go out and not have the competence or the confidence or the equipment that is prescribed for them to do this difficult and dangerous job. If things go bad for us, you will read it in the newspaper. It'll be the headlines. It'll be Belleville across the nation in the media, and the outcomes will be less than desirable. You've lived through a state of emergency declaration by His Worship. The chief came out in the same year and said something has to give. We need more people because we have too much work, not enough resources to handle it, and the decision was taken at that time to right-size the police service. The state of emergency continues, the problem grows, and our members are still key in addressing it on a daily basis through the symptoms, not the actual root causes, of course. And so far this year, we're 1,100 more incidents demand for service than just last year. So we are also a growing municipality, and we have to be positioned for where we intend to be with respect to the population and the services that will be required. We see that tension on road traffic at this time, volume of traffic, those kinds of things. We see it in the demand for services. Every kilometer that you have to plow in every household you have to pick up garbage for. We also go to the domestics there. The thefts from their vehicles, the theft of their barbecue propane tanks so that a homeless person might have a source of heat tonight, those kinds of things, as well as the violence and the disorder that comes with it. So this is the agreed upon statement of facts with respect to what the impact is on the tax levy. We've spoken with the treasurer and our finance officer to ensure that we're sharing a common understanding of what the actual impact is. And for assessed property values of $250,000, this represents an annual tax increase for police services of $138 per year for Belleville urban, Canifton urban, Canifton rural to urban, and $45 a year for Belleville rural. We look at our comparators, and in policing it is difficult to do apples to apples in all cases, but the magnitude of the size of the city is an issue. Its proximity on the 401 or where it's geographically located is another issue. One of the things that we found through our most close comparators, which, for instance, North Bay is in a net migration population scenario, not a growing city. They have 21 more officers than we do, but the cost they pay per household per capita is $610.71 per household. The average is $5.35, and Belleville's budget includes $1 $1,179,800 for principal and interest on long-term debt for our new police station. We are the only one in our comparators, and if we went on to non-comparators, that's the case. It is a sound accounting principle. It's a choice to put that on a cost center so that there's one place to look to understand the total cost of policing, but it's something that has to be beared in mind when we have a conversation about the cost of policing. So our budget, we're always, all police budgets are heavily loaded around labor costs. We are no exception. We are 82.37% for investment in people, investment in sustainability, which is our commitment to the asset capital program, is significant, 5.94. Investment capabilities and compliance is a bundle of different things, but it's 2.29%. Investment in technology, 3.9%. And investment in equipment is 5.5. The grants and funding, we are blessed to receive grants from the province of Ontario. As you all will understand, policing is a municipal responsibility. It's exclusively rests with the municipality. And so anything we get from the province is literally a bonus, and we have no predictability on how long that will be repeated by the province on any given grant. The grants are to incentivize municipalities or services to engage in programs that are top of mind in the province in addressing emerging issues. And they can go away as the problem matures, and we end up annualizing those costs. Revenue for us is difficult. We have a pretty much minimal capacity other than for services like background checks. It's elastic, it can expand, it can contract, but we are not in the for-profit segment, and we have little possibility to grow revenue. So $510,000 could come and go. Our total operating budget remains the same. So what we think about when policing is, you think you phone the police, you'll see a cruiser, you'll see commotion, you'll read something in the paper, and that would mean the frontline officers were out there, perhaps a supervisor, somebody took the calls on the 911 center, and that's pretty much all anybody really understands. But we have the court for our jurisdiction in our city, and we are responsible under the Act to provide the security and also transport prisoners to and from it. So we feed, are fed into by our neighbors who are not on the same, have the same burden to fund anything at that location. It is what it is. We do get funding, I'll get to that later, but it is a major cost center. And it's a growing activity. We account for any given day 60% of the criminal activity that goes through there. Sometimes it trends up, but that would be the average over time. And we are 100% of the security. And we are also responsible for the judiciary's well-being and safety. So if they were to tomorrow say we want more, expect more, we have to provide more. And there's a movement in that direction. Also, we opened not just one extra court last year, but we opened an additional one that is open more often than not now. So we're actually managing more courtrooms. The whole issue of specialty units, when you end up using close to a full-time equivalent, you end up standing up a unit on any given theme or issue. For instance, internet child exploitation. Used to be something you could maybe contract out with a neighbor to assist because the frequency or intensity of those investigations were minimal. Now they're a daily occurrence. We're working in a provincial task force with our colleagues in the OPP, and that means that we have to have our own capabilities, and the demand is there for those kinds of positions. So over time, our frontline has been exploited to bring people into professional jobs. We had a time when we could have two FIS officers, forensic identification people, and then we need it now 3. But then the whole issue of digital data became an issue, and we seized more phones. We needed a person just to do that function. Now we don't need a person, we need 2 persons, and that's growing. And then we need space to store the phones and technology to have the right kind of storage. Those are the kinds of capabilities that we have to have because the demand is here. Criminal investigations, it's been said in the Campbell inquiry that the conduct of the accused is a mere sideshow. The main attraction is the conduct of the officer and the process, and that's what's on trial. So everything that we do and make decisions in minutes will be contemplated and reviewed over years. Criminal investigations that started before I arrived here will be arriving in trial, hopefully later this year. But that's a lot of years, and they will live maybe 2 more years beyond that. That is the same in every jurisdiction, and we have an inordinate amount of violent crime in our community, and we are addressing it through engagement with the right specialties, from intimate partner violence, sexual assault, victimization of youth, as I mentioned earlier. All those issues that plague other cities are part of our issue. The training and legislative compliance piece I've addressed already, but you can't be in the cruiser and in the classroom at the same time. It's mutually exclusive time and space, and we know that we're north of 5 person years in training at this point and growing. So that's the invisible part. And behind all of this operation are civilians who are satisfying other provincial bodies, databases, and requirements that are totally invisible, except to the people who expect or demand us in legislation to serve their needs and interest. So the staffing level has essentially remained the same flat for a long time, because literally when we did bulk up and get some extra people feet on the street, literally they're drawn off to fulfill another specialty requirement. For instance, we had a unit that was comprised of OPP officers, 2 OPP officers, plus our own team. And the province, with the pressures they're facing, of course, had to reconsider and reorganize. They've repatriated all secondments in programs like ours, and with them went their vehicles and went their services they could provide as a result of their being in our domain. So that meant those requirements didn't go away, so we immediately pulled 2 people off the front line to meet those requirements. It happens to be a drug and weapons team, and that puts them out there, and very much in demand. And you read about their work on a weekly basis. So we had to move ahead. You can see through that chart that we've had a constant deficit in people, and it goes back to 2023 and before, but this is when it became, the decision was being made about we need more people. We got up to 101, and we needed 104, and we didn't get them. We are up to now, we are asking for 111. We still need 115, but we're deferring 4 into the future. And I can't predict that we won't need to have to redeploy even frontline officers, because it's the police officers that we need in total, but we are trying to bulk up the front line. So here we are, 102 sworn members, 93 active, 9 non-deployable. The pressures of our job, people being injured on the job or occupational injuries, including stress injuries, PTSD, plague us like it does every other service. And so while we may have continuing financial obligations to employ these people and pay these people into the future, they may not be deployable, but they're still on the payroll. And we have not only contractual obligation, but a moral obligation to those people and their families. So, staffing levels compared to other services, this does come up. These are comparators that are in range and totally in context for our scenario. And you can see North Bay, 121. Sault Ste. Marie is on the higher scale, and they've always had 10 more officers than, for instance, when they compared with Peterborough, no longer do, because they had a net migration issue as well, and Peterborough grew, but they have to be self-sufficient, and so they always had a few extra officers. Woodstock is catching up to us, but not there yet, and living in a different environment in terms of what the world's dishing out to them. But that shows you for context where we fit the average ratio, excluding Belleville, for sworn to population is 0.002055. So that is not a big complement of police officers for the demands. Court security and prisoner transport is something that we talk about regularly at the board table. The board is always writing to the province about how can we get relief in this area, but you can see that the expenses are estimated to grow by $220,000. That means 2 special constables required in 2026. That is because everybody who comes to the door has to go through a magnetometer. You can't keep the same 2 people standing there all day long. There has to be a rotation of different functions around the court. We have multiple rings of activity at the courthouse, the front door, with the prisoner area, with the transportation, with courtroom security. And as we keep adding and bringing online more courtroom spaces, then we are pressured to provide more special constables. And that's not going to change in the foreseeable future. And as I say, there's this silent murmur behind the scenes about our requirement to even put police officers, more police officers on these sites. So the revenue, as you can see, has gone the wrong direction in terms of the money from the province. And so we have an estimated $437,500 or a 1.51 increase for the next budget. Court security and prisoner transport, you can see here, I'll just sort of get into the 2024. You can see we have a net budget problem of $878,950 to manage that cost center. And again, it's not one of the things that people would intuitively think is part of our world, but it's 100% our world. And you can see over time how it is, the demand has gone up, the cost has gone up, and the funding has been reduced. So we did have some found money that offset some of the clawbacks on the grants last year, and it was in the way of the community safety grant and victim services grant. Victim services is actually a core function that we would have to provide without provincial money. We're blessed that we still get that grant. That is a gift from the province. Should they take it away, we still have to provide that service. The victim services is a growing thing, and we do not have 24/7 access, and the demand grows, and our referrals increase, and time on task with each victim expands. So, as I say, it's found money. And the other program was invested in the things that Councillor Carr's spoken about, proactive policing and versus reactive policing, and by equipping our people with the technologies that will support and account for their time and motion and where they are in the city, and also a patrol strategy that will reduce response times to calls for service and put the same officers in the same community spaces day after day around the clock. The relationships will follow, as will our practices around problem-oriented policing, crime prevention, education, community engagement, and just getting back to the basics, being brilliant at the basics, and owning our quality at the unit level between the citizen and the officer. And that money came from the province. It's a one-time thing, and it will be a force multiplier if we roll it out well, and that's our intention. The Belleville Police Vehicle Maintenance Program, it's basically what we're adding is money to the 26 budget, increase of $100,000 to reflect historical spending averages, increased maintenance cost, increased fleet complement, because when we got rid of the 2 OPP cruisers, we ended up having to lease 2 there, and we added a prisoner van to be there for us when our current major prisoner van is being serviced and repaired. And what we end up is vehicles out of service on a regular basis because people smash into our cruisers in Belleville with a disproportionate frequency. And sometimes insurance covers it, sometimes it doesn't. So this would just show you over time where our maintenance budget has been versus our actual spending. And we are right-sizing that here in this budget. Building maintenance and repair, that's a modest increase to the budget. Historical spending averages increased, maintenance costs are being covered off by that. And again, you can watch the deficits there over in 22. That was a delta, 49,000 magnitude, 23, 62,000, a delta in 24, 20,000, say 19 and a half, and last year at 17, just about 18,000. So with inflation, knowing that we have to maintain and repair the same things, and we have snow to deal with too, we have added that modest increase. Record management information technology, it is proprietary. It's not something we can just go down to Future Store and buy or that kind of thing. It is proprietary. We're dealing very closely with Axon, who seems to be the leader in terms of all aspects of police technologies. They provide us with the conducted energy weapons, body-worn cameras, and they're into the RMS world, and that's where we're moving with them, so we have more integration and more shelf-ready data points being captured and printed out for interpretation and understanding. And we're leading this modernization theme under the Act, on this file at least, with 4 other of our colleagues in the province of Ontario. We're expecting operational efficiencies and greater effectiveness, because if we know where, when, why, who, and how much time we're spending, how many dollars we're investing, we should be able to be more strategic and hopefully more effective. So there also are long-term savings coming with our commitment. Over 12 years, we actually save money, and we've actually frozen upgrades and updates and next versions of everything in our Axon fleet in a recent contract, and that's the difference on the budget line. So I mentioned about the specialty units. Human trafficking is a problem. We need software for that. We are on the corridor of the 401. It's happening. We're just not in a great position currently with staffing to be as proactive with this as we want to be. The software will be an investment in that, so we can understand and collaborate with our partners on this file. The cryptocurrency and digital crime tracing and extraction technology is a big deal, and even though we may not be solving these cases here, we're informing at a national and provincial level the occurrences and the potential players involved at our location, and it's an investment in the future. The ICE file, again, requires software and technologies that, and people that we are investing in here. And the cell phone tracking record data, that was something that came with the OPP. That is no longer available to us, so that is the offset on that budget line. So the contribution to reserve, we've spoken about that. We agree with that. We want to be compliant with that. We're in arrears with that out of the gate in the first year of the program. The 26 operating budget increase was $234,479, or 32.66%, for a total of $952,479 to work towards alignment with the City of Belleville Reserve Fund. This almost represents 2.66% of the gross operating budget. To stabilize tax rates by funding in-year revenue shortfalls, one-time unanticipated expenditures, and capital infrastructure projects relating to policing. That's what our hope is, to get out of a deficit and into a positive situation, knowing what's coming down the road. So I just would stop where I kind of start usually, as at the freedom isn't free. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms make it all about the police and their conduct and their performance and their training and their equipment. And safety is expensive. We see this across the province, and it is the same basically across the country. And justice is invaluable. When we can bring somebody to account, even 20 years later, as was the case with our service, it means we've been effective. And so I'll leave it at that point for any questions anybody might have.
Okay, questions? Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship, Chief Rod, and to the Police Services Board. Thank you very much. I'll lob an easy one first, and then I'll get into a bit more detail. You mentioned that adherence to the Community Safety and Policing Act is a priority. Mm-hmm. Are we currently in compliance?
Not in every respect. There are always things that for instance, policies that should have been rolled out potentially in 2024, we couldn't get rolled out because we didn't have a person dedicated to that role. We're rolling them out now. The board is in compliance with their policies. We only have 240 procedures that we have to get up to date to be compliant. So there's one example of the kinds of things that we are confronted with. We're not the only ones in the province, but we're definitely in that case. The training, if we're going to use some of our people in our criminal investigation branch, they have to be trained. Until they are trained in the disciplines, then they're not fully functioning in a criminal investigation role until they have the certifications and the things. So we have people parked in the pipeline to become compliant, but they're not there yet. And those are just a couple of examples.
My next question related more to the overtime number. So we've seen over the course since the stats in 2021 that the overtime number continues to climb. And so obviously things like WSIB, sick days, short-term disabilities, those types of things would necessitate some overtime. But you've indicated that you're seeking an authorized complement of 115 officers. If we achieve that number, is it fair to say that the overtime number should be reduced?
It's not a direct offset. It's not a direct offset, but it is my experience in another career was that when we right-sized the platoons and had the right response capability at the front end, that it was minimized and reduced. The thing that does not go away is scheduling emergencies. We can't do that, so then we have a major call. What I can tell you is that 1 year into my role here with a new finance officer and leadership team, we have dialed in on overtime significantly, and we know where it's happening, why it's happening, when it's happening, even the functions and the persons involved. And we're making decisions around peak period deployment. But we can't say it'll go away 100%, but it has a positive correlation in terms of right-sizing the front end. This year and last year, with unforeseen training in terms of understanding how to quantify it and how to deliver it, impacted negatively over time, but we've did it by giving people scheduled time off, which creates the new problem of not having enough people on a shift because they have to get time off in lieu. And so it's always a take and put.
And if I may continue, so I want to go back to court security and transportation, because
Yes.
I know that's something that has received a lot of discussion. It's been highlighted to us several times about the impact that it's having. We've recently become aware that many in our jurisdiction in Ontario, prisoner transport is the responsibility of the OPP, with the exception of Belleville and Kingston. And for the local police to deal with prisoners and court security. So when I look at your numbers, 2024, it was suggested that the impact, the difference between what the province funded and what we actually incurred in terms of expenses, I'm talking strictly on the transportation side, was about a $507,000 $507,000 deficit, meaning we had more expense than other. And that trend seems to be equally growing. So 23 was 398,000, 24 was 427, 25, I'm not quite sure what the numbers are, although I did note that the amount of money that the province is giving us has declined. And given the trend that we are seeing on the expense side, we can expect that in 25 and 26 that will continue to grow. Given that under the Community Safety and Policing Act, Section 243, it very clearly states that we're responsible for security. Security of the people in the courtroom, security of the judiciary, security of the prisoners. My question is, given that it is throughout the province that it's customary for the OPP to do that, and what I understand from some of the background information I was provided with, that part of the decision for Belleville to take on transportation completely was because the OPP was often being found to be late, and the judiciary requested that it be addressed because they were unhappy. So if I could, why wouldn't we look at taking transportation and giving it back to the OPP, whom we are surrounded with, and what's preventing us from beginning that negotiation?
Okay, so I think there's 2 points there. And one is that the OPP don't even get it done by the OPP. The OPP prisoner transport fleet is separate and apart from detachment, and the detachments in this place are the same as us. They have to do it themselves. They're not getting the same transportation prisoner support that, so they're in the same boat as us. It stops at it actually stops at Coburg coming east and picks up again at Brockville and Ottawa, I believe. But in my previous world, the prisoner transportations to and from correctional institutions, we always did our own from our own cells. That's our responsibility. But that is a whole thing, and that is one thing that the board writes every month to the Solicitor General, and it's a conversation, but it's a conversation that involves the OPP the same way. That they are doing their own. So when we're doing, instead of incurring, the prisoners sometimes are just there too. The OPP will withdraw their people, and we're there to take them. And I will defer to the deputy, actually, who managed that whole cost center for several years, just to give some intimate detail what that really looks like.
Thank you, Chief. We've had partnerships with all of our local OPP, but as the Chief said, it's been very much, they don't have the same structure locally, OPP, as they do across the province. So Quinte West, for example, has a special a vehicle that's for their special constables for transportation, but they don't have a centralized East Region transportation unit. So we have done collaboration and sit down with the detachment commanders in the past, right when I took over as court sergeant in 15 Bridge, and prior to that at 15 Victoria, on how we can best support with resources that we have to get people to where they need to go and to comply with the judges and getting people on time, and also the compliance with QRDC in queuing up people and how many prisoners and all of those requirements. So those discussions have been ongoing, and we've been asking, is there going to be an appetite at some point for an East Region OPP transport that can share and transport theirs own instead of us taking responsibility sometime. So we have a coordinated, there is coordination, there has been pickups, drop-offs, we've had partnerships with OPP on who's picking up, who's dropping off, and unfortunately the resource that they have doesn't have capacity to carry the amount of prisoners that we were doing. And there was nothing we could do about that in relation to, we talked to the OPP detachment commanders and voiced our concerns about that, but that's the only resource that they have locally, and I'm talking predominantly Quinte West, for transportation of prisoners. So if they only can carry 8 or 9, that would not be efficient because it would be back and forth, and that's all costs of overtime.
So Deputy Meeks, with all due respect, that almost sounded like OPP had a problem, and in all deference, that OPP had a problem getting the prisoners there, and we solved it. So that's hence why my question. That's some of what I'm trying to get to is OPP, and I respect. Yep. If the judiciary has an issue with the prisoners not being in front of them on time, why did that become a Belleville police service problem versus the judiciary dealing with OPP at the time, because I appreciate it was with them at one point, and similarly with the judiciary putting pressure on the Solicitor General about the funding that's required in order to meet the requirements of Community and Safety Policing Act, Section 243. I actually read it. So like it just seems to be that we had a problem, and the solution was that Belleville Police Service solve it. Thank you for that. But at the same time, there's a financial implication that goes with that. So given that it's continually growing its deficit position, we can see in 2024, the net deficit was almost $900,000. Then in totality around that part of your policing service, what I know we're writing letters, but is there something more that could be done that we could put pressure on the Solicitor General to address this issue?
I guess, and I'll just maybe turn this over to Barb, or the Vice Chair. We talked to the Minister about the court deficit of 1.1 million, Barb, I think, and if you just want to do a segue to her for quick, and then we'll go back to the Chief,
Okay.
because the Chief wasn't there, it was at Roma.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Whoop, sorry. We did meet with Minister Kersner at Roma. We were fortunate enough to have 15 minutes with him. He basically said to us, what's wrong? You guys are doing well. You shouldn't basically be complaining. You are well funded. And this grant that we receive could go away at any time, which would mean that the full amount would be on the burdens of the taxpayer. So it was not, we didn't get a warm and fuzzy feeling from him, that we're in the pocket like everyone else, and the funding that we have is, you know, we basically should be thankful, and we're well funded, and yeah. So in answer to your question, Councillor Brown, yes, we are writing letters, we're doing everything we can, but we can't make them. And so far, this is what we have to deal with.
And I
So.
guess our deficit was, my mic's not working. Our deficit, I think we asked for 1.2 million, was it around there or something? And he said he would look into it, or that was unfairness that we're covering the court costs. I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, he's been hearing this for every municipality that has a courthouse in their jurisdiction, and he said he's hearing it, you know, around the province. And yes, it was 1.2. He would look into it, but there was no guarantees at the end of the day that they would be coming back and fund us any more than what they are funding. And this year for 20, as we saw on the slide, we're getting less funding than we did last year. And the prices are going up. So we're doing this. It's getting further and further apart. So we've done what we can with Minister Kersner. We're waiting to hear back, but we're not holding our breath that we're going to get anything more.
Okay, the floor's back to you. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that, Chief. I figured that Barb might give a better answer. You weren't in the room, so go ahead.
May I just supplement that by saying, so when I arrived, they had a wonderful agreement where there was an AM pickup and a PM pickup, and it was working. And then what was happening is our colleagues in OPP were later and later coming, and we were going to incur more overtime. So we said, court's done, we can lock the doors, we're not going to wait for them, because we're just going to incur more, because we still got our own prisoners to get down there. So we have been doing it on that basis. That was the whole genesis for that not being the way we're operating currently, because it's in response to trying to minimize and contain. And it's a better deal for us to take matters into our own hands and not keep the clock rolling, because we still have to get our people down the road. And we have to have, whether we're waiting for them to come to take their people, we still have to get ours there, if you understand what I mean. So if we just took our folks and left them, we still have two people at a minimum sitting back, waiting for them to come. So it's just easier, everybody get in the van, we're out of here, we're off the clock when that vehicle comes back to the shop in Peterborough, and the masses are gone. We're not duplicating resources of having two people in the cell area and two people in the vehicle. We just have two people in the vehicle that we have to go there anyway. That's my understanding of how it's evolved. Is that adequate?
Yeah, that's very accurate, because we've never had full OPP transport in this region, where they're fully responsible for their transportation. I can also say, and just to double down, is yes, there's booking, and then there's transportation. And when we look at our statistics, 60% of what's coming into that courtroom, actually over 60% on both booking and transportation is ours. They're ours from this municipality. They're not OPP. So we have to look at that as well when we look at efficiencies and resources. The bulk, the majority of the people being booked and transported are Belleville police charges and prisoners or offenders.
Okay, any more questions? Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, through you. And this is just following up on Councillor Brown. So you had indicated that we are currently not compliant with Community Policing Act, Community Safety and Policing Act. Is that correct?
Not in all aspects. There's very few in the province that could boast that.
Is there a deadline related to that?
There is on certain delivery of training. By next year, we have to have all the mental health components done for 100% of the organization. And each piece of it is kind of, as the act matures, it becomes more real, if you understand what I mean. And someone imagines a new requirement. And so it's a moving target. But the number one issue is we have educated everybody on their responsibilities. Each subject matter expert knows what they have to be compliant in. But it's a big beast. It's a lot of moving parts, and it's all prescriptive. And so if we need, obviously we have to comply with things like the current prescribed equipment or device, for instance. Well, if we haven't acquired the device, then we have to acquire it, and then we have to train on it, and then we have to be proficient at it, and then we'll be compliant. So we're all moving in the province in that direction, including the OPP.
So just to reiterate, what I'm hearing is compliance comes at different levels. So you have to be compliant with one thing by a certain date, another at a different date. Is
Yes,
that what I'm hearing?
yes.
Okay, and further to that, if, for example, and hope this doesn't happen, we weren't compliant with something, what would be the outcome?
So the Inspector General is out inspecting everything every day. There's boards under investigation, services under investigation. The major decisions are going up on the website. It's a great source of angst, and of course people try to find legal positions, so it's a new place to spend money, getting legal opinions on where we could have improved or maybe done better. And the big thing is trying to satisfy all the masters. I went through just with AI, just as an exercise with one of our colleagues on the admin staff, said Google the board shall or the chief shall through AI. And we stopped at 75 occasions where it says that. And it's not maybe, or if you're up to it, or you feel like it, it's you shall. And any one of those things are points of accountability. And that's just under this piece of legislation, because it hasn't changed. We haven't been relieved of any other responsibilities under all the other legislations that we comply with.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, His Worship. Thank you, Chief Brad. My question is, does the Belleville Police Service own drones? If so, how are they used and how useful are they?
They're very useful, and they are the missing link. They are major time savers. We've used them for missing persons, for the big eclipse, Dave, as a major incident, so we could surveil traffic patterns and what was happening outside from the major incident command space at the police station. Apparently a bridge collapse in the county we used it for to assist in that regard. We use them for accident reconstructions, collision reconstruction. We use them for tactical purposes. Instead of putting people into a space, we'll put the drone up and over it to make sure we have the best intelligence we have in terms of what we're running into. We can actually use a audio, not just video feature, to speak to somebody in the house if we need to, and we've done that successfully. We had a surrender and an incident with our tactical unit. Instead of this being protracted and going on, we pointed out that he was surrounded, and you might just want to come out and leave your gun in there, and we'll take you from here. And that sounded like a good idea when he saw the drone and didn't know what came next. So yes, we use them for, also we use them for ident scenes to survey and get digital data and video and photographs and those kinds of things. So they're very much in demand and they're very useful.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, His Worship.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've just got a couple questions for you, Chief, and then the rest I'm going to direct to the Police Board Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I know that your police service is a tough job to do and on that front line. Just in terms of the budget itself, I just wanted to walk through some different categories. And I'm looking for numbers, staff numbers, so I figured you're the best to ask for that. In the administration line, salaries are going up 9.2% on that budget line. How many staff are in the administration division?
You need a minute for that, but.
Yep, no problem.
So there's 4 command staff, and the rest are support. One is a professional standards NCO who's uniform, so there's 5 uniform.
I'm just looking for the numbers, and then I'm going to ask for the numbers for each one of those categories, so administration, support, operations, and executive.
That would have been a good one to have in advance.
I asked a lot of questions in advance, and I apologize for not including that one. I guess while they're looking for that, let me go back to, and I'm going to stay seated. We're in committee of the whole, so no disrespect.
No, none taken.
Regarding prisoner transport, is it more, if I understand correctly, more to do with end of day? You want to clear the courthouse out, the OPP aren't necessarily there, so it's, from what you said, let's shut it down and get our officers off duty and move the prisoners on. It's not so much the delivery of prisoners to the courthouse in the morning and during the day?
It has been the case where we have to make 2 trips because we've had, the highest was 28, was it 28?
28 prisoners?
28 prisoners.
That's been one of the numbers.
That was one of our bigger numbers in the last sort of 8 weeks or something, and so that was multiple trips. But yes, so getting everybody in on the 9 o'clock start time is a challenge. But where the real decision point came, where it wasn't working, the reciprocal tasking was literally at the end of the day, winding it up and shutting down all aspects of the operation by just getting everybody out.
Okay. And has there been any conversation with the commissioner of the OPP in terms of, like, you as chief speaking to the commissioner with the OPP and saying, look, we've got an issue here, this is a strain on our local budget, we're looking for some partnerships? I know, the deputy mentioned communicating with the various detachments and, the stick handling there, but, really at the end of the day, this shows up, should be showing up on the commissioner's desk. And then I understand because Belleville Police Service conducts court security, you're going to be the one who faces that pressure from the judiciary to have prisoners in the courthouse and before the court. So I can understand wanting to address the concern of the judiciary, but that's a tough spot to be in. And so I'm wondering if there's been any conversation with the OPP commissioner on that file. And then in addition to that, I'd be interested to see kind of the breakdown of prisoner transport in terms of what is Belleville's really responsibility. And if it's at 60%, that's fine. But the other 40% obviously is an expenditure that shouldn't be falling on the taxpayers of the city of Belleville just because we have the courts in our municipality. So getting those numbers, even if we had a 60-40 scenario, would at least alleviate some of that budgetary pressure. Is that fair to say?
With respect, the conversation's been with the Solicitor General, because he's the commissioner's boss, and is in the best position to influence this policy, because the OPP, as I said, and we reiterate, is the model of OPP transport doesn't look the same for the OPP in our footprint, which no one has a reason that I can understand. And it was news to the minister, or to the Solicitor General, and that's where we've left it, because it's a recent, fresh conversation again. It's been reset, and we've spoken to our new colleague at Quinte West in terms of, because they're the next biggest player, and about how we can do better with this whole file. So that is where it's a lively conversation.
Okay, great, thank you.
It's a moving target.
Yes. So back to my question, I don't know if the folks behind you have those numbers, but just total hard numbers. I don't need position names or anything, but just in terms of administration division, salaries is going up 9.2%. I'm just looking at the hard number of how many employees are in that category.
Chief, just a quick question on the van. How far does that travel? Did you say sometimes we have to go to Sault Ste. Marie, or like how far?
If a young offender was remanded in custody, that's where we're going up to Sudbury and Sault Ste. Marie, those kinds of places where we're being remanded into a group home. And they were chartering flight to Toronto because of group homes in this part of the province, across the province, weren't accepting young offenders. So what we've ended up, that would be one where if, you know, it's you have to do what you have to do, but we realized if we tried to get somebody in a vehicle and go up, they would be there to go through the drive-through, gas up and come back in time for court. So it was impractical. But that's what's expected, and that would be in compliance with a judge's order.
Okay, Sheri, did you, our deputy chief, have the numbers then, I guess?
Yes, so, and I just want to ensure that I'm getting this right. You were looking for the administrative division numbers?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, that's
So there's 46 employees that are within that cost structure, that cost center, and that includes court security, fleet and facility, front desk, information technology, our police disclosure and quality assurance unit, our platoon special constable, and our property unit.
Okay. And then the support division, I see salaries are, the budget line is 21% increase. How many employees in that?
That'll take a second too, just 1 second.
No problem.
Thank you.
And I'm going to prelude with, I'm looking for the operations division numbers and the executive services numbers, just hard employee numbers. If it's going to be a bit, I can ask you to come back up, Mayor. I'll just thank you, Chief. The rest of my questions are to the Police Board Chair. Good morning.
Okay.
As I said in my letter to you, I don't typically provide deputation with questions in advance, but I know that on one of your previous deputations, you had made the comment that you wish you would have had some questions in advance to come prepared, and I provided questions that were kind of data-driven. I apologize for the one I posed today with numbers. I thought that would have been readily available, and I apologize.
Well, it was a great opportunity to get you fulsome answers, so we appreciate it.
No, I appreciate that. And,
Yeah.
and while those are good to have, and I have the correspondence in front of me, I pose those questions on behalf of the taxpayers. So
Yep.
I'm going to be posing those questions again today because in fairness to the people I represent, they want to hear the answers from the board chair. And I'm posing them to you because the chief is ultimately accountable to the board, and the board has set this budget. And so at that point, under the Community Safety and Policing Act, your board is accountable for what's being presented here today. We hear a lot about adequate and effective policing, and that's a very generalized term. And I think some of the questions that were posed here was trying to hone in on what that actually
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And so what is the minimum standard of adequate and effective policing under the Community Safety Policing Act?
Right. So in the Act, there are no numbers telling us what that is. The Act tells us that we should compare ourselves to similar communities. And so that's why we posted on the presentation numbers of communities where the population is similar to us and the police service numbers are similar to us. So that's the direction we get from the Act. It's not defined, but it's the extent to and manner in which the policing function is effectively provided in similar communities in Ontario.
Okay, so, and with that, and I know there's some comparators, and there
Yep.
seems to be a tendency to compare population size. And, you know, I think we could get into an academic argument as to
Yep.
whether more police officers makes a community safe. I would argue that, you know, there's a lot of academic research, particularly in the United States, not as much in Canada, which indicate that increasing the police service doesn't necessarily make your community more safe. Really and truly, crime is a lot of times a result of the social determinants, poverty, and different matters like that, upbringing and what have you. So those don't equate. So when you're looking at your comparators, do you also look at the crime rates of those communities? For example, Sault Ste. Marie has a much higher crime rate than the city of Belleville. They're dealing with even more serious issues, I would say, just based on what I've seen on public information. So does crime rates play a role in that comparator as well?
Yeah. Councillor Carr, so our job is to fight crime. About 20% of what we do is criminal. About 80% is reacting to non-criminal behavior, but it falls on the shoulders of policing in the absence of anyone else. And I'm just going to give you a quick example, but these happen day in and day out, multiple times a day. So I happened to go for a ride-along on Saturday night. I was there from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The officer I was with went back to the station about 5 to 5 a.m. in the morning to complete some reports. That was their last day of deployment, and they were going off for 4 days. So she had about an hour of reports to do, plus preparing for court on Tuesday. At about 5 a.m., a call came in. A young woman, suicidal, had taken pills. And she sort of looks at me, put your coat on, we're going. And that call requires 2 officers to be there. We were there within about 3 or 4 minutes. They took about 15 minutes to chat with her. The ambulance had been called also. So we got that call from a crisis worker. The crisis worker didn't go, we went. And then we escorted her to hospital. We're very lucky in that instance. We were with her for about half an hour, and then a hospital security guard came and replaced us, and we went back. But those kinds of things, so that's not crime. That's the kind of sort of behavior that our officers are dealing with day in and day out. It should not necessarily fall on the shoulders of police, but in the absence of who to call, that's where it falls.
Yeah, no, and I certainly appreciate that. So just getting back to the adequate and effective policing, and I don't expect you to read out the answers that you've provided, and I'll certainly make these public.
Sure.
But in your response to my first question about, you know, is the Belleville Police Service not meeting or exceeding the legal requirements on adequate and effective policing? And I'll go to the second page. And it says, it talked about complaints, and then it says, the low complaint rate demonstrates a high level of professionalism, appropriate service delivery, and positive community engagement across a significant volume of interactions. And then it says, the Belleville Police Service continues to meet its established response time targets, ensuring calls for service are addressed in accordance with their assigned priority level. This reflects effective call assessment, appropriate resource deployment, and continued commitment to timely and responsive public safety service. And then in the first line of the next paragraph, it says, while the legal standard is presently being upheld. So I heard the chief say to one of my colleagues that the Belleville Police Service is not meeting in its entirety adequate and effective policing under the Community Safety and Policing Act. But right here in the written response, it says that the legal standard is presently being upheld. Is it or isn't it? Because I'm seeing 2 messages. So as police board, are you confident that the legal standard under the Community Safety Policing Act is being met? It says here that you are.
Our job is oversight. I would say to a person on the board, we believe it is being met. We have concerns going down the road. Training, the chief mentioned, is one of the issues that we need to be in compliance. And mental health is a whole training module, and it has to be renewed every year. So this is a concern for us when we need to have people on the road and in training at the same time. What gives?
Okay, so it's more to do, and the rest of that response says it's a concern regarding long-term sustainability.
Yes.
But as of right now, in this present moment in time, according to the written response, that the legal standard is being met?
I would say I would agree with that statement,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. And then my second question, and I quoted the minutes of the police board meeting of November 20th, 2025, which read, many of the costs are related to training and other obligations that are mandatory under the Community Safety and Policing Act. And I know that probably the biggest component of that is the oversight that's occurring from the Inspector General of Policing. And yes, there is some mental health, but from what I understand, talking to people in the police world, that a lot of the same block training has remained the same, firearms and all the other training. So I'm a little confused because there seems to be this pull on there's extra training and extra costs associated with it. And in here, your response was the training budget for 2026 remains unchanged from 2025, totaling $346,400, which represents a 0.97% of total expenditure. So if training has been identified as a cost pressure and there's changes to the Community Safety Policing Act that are causing that cost pressure, but your training budget's the same, can you explain the variation?
The chief likely can speak to this better, but the chief has sort of scheduled training at optimal times, so it doesn't incur over time. This is the plan for 26. Training, I don't know, Chief, if you want to add to that, but you have...
I can, again, it comes down to the competencies and capabilities. At points in time, we may or may not be adequate or effective, but we are working that way. Last year, we have different suites of training for different people. FIS, for instance, we skilled them up on a bunch of new things, new technologies to be totally compliant with any of the duties they may have. Same with criminal investigation. Not everybody in criminal investigation because we can't get them all in the pipeline. I'll defer to the deputy on the provincial one that's driving everybody crazy. They had, nobody is, to my knowledge, has completed it. The entire provincial police have to get it done. We're trying to get the year pushed out. It's going to impact every sworn member under our roof. And I'll defer to the deputy, she's on the committee for the province.
Thank you, Chief. Your Worship, through Councillor Carr, the MHCR training, which is mandated through the CSPA. I'm the co-chair of the OACP committee in relation to that because it's called Police Response to Persons in Crisis. What's happening is the act was changed. They said this is mandated training. It must be completed by 2026, April of 2026. We budgeted a little bit, but the problem is that we knew we were advocating. We're not going to attain that. It's impossible to do that because we had to, it's through, Wilfrid Laurier was the approved training university for it. And there are different modulities of it, whether it be through actors, whether it be through VR training, scenario-based training. So right now we had resolutions proposed last year through the OACP, through to the government, and we delayed. The start of that training has now been delayed because there are so many issues with it. There was a webinar last week where we advocated again and said there are still some issues with that. For example, we have Axon VR. Many police services have Axon VR. They have gone proprietary and said you can only use Street Smarts VR. We don't think that that is a good, we could have purchased the Street Smarts. We're not doing that. That's a waste of money. So we're advocating to potentially use Axon VR, which we already have, and a bunch of other police services are also advocating for the same thing. So that's kind of like, it's half, like we're moving towards that. We're trying to budget for that, but at the same time being cognizant that that's a moving target right now because we know we have to be compliant in it, but the date's been now deferred for another year. And now we have to try to figure out because there's actual inherent problems with the training itself. So we're trying to partnership with Kingston Police Service on that through our training branch to figure out if we can use actors from Loyalist, Queen's, other educational institutions to try to assist us in that to bring the cost down.
So if I could.
Yes.
Because there's this expectation, and obviously there's a lot of police officers across the province, and the OPP have a large complement, and then you have all the municipal police services. But it sounds as though because of the way the training's set up, you've got one provider. How is it conceivably possible to even get the volume through within that training deadline if if every police officer in Ontario has got to be trained? Like, I'm just perplexed on that.
They're using a train the trainer program. So it
Okay.
started out with, let's use train the trainers and send all of our training branches, sergeants, to get that. We've done that. So we paid for that. That was budgeted for to have Sergeant Irwin attend that. So now the issue is, and we also have our impact worker, that's obviously an employee of CMHA, has also got training. She has received that training, and she's going to work in tandem with us to assist delivery in service for us.
Great.
If I could just say, just to be very clear, the question was, are you compliant? And we're not 100%. There's one example where the province isn't. We all have to move in the same direction. On any given day, we're not. The board undertakes to, points out through their policies to me, you shall get in compliance. So on a given day, on most things, yes. But the answer is very difficult, because by this afternoon, if somebody leaves our building with the competencies we need and retires or wins the lottery, we may not be. And that's true of most services. And by the way, just by way of example, the Ontario Provincial Police, I was speaking to colleague and friend Sean Nash, Chief Superintendent of the OPP Training Academy, and they're investing 100 hours per officer per year. And that's just on the nuts and bolts. That isn't their world-class training or international training. That's basically nuts and bolts.
Yeah, so just while you're here, Chief, just to follow up on that last response regarding the fluidity of adequate and effective policing, then basically what you're saying is every police service has that fluidity at one time or another, but ultimately, at the end of the day, your margins to meet that legal requirement are there, except for if there's some fluidity. But that's no different than any other police service, correct?
That's true, but
Yeah.
what our issue is, and what's driving this budget, is we've been too short for too long. We come up short too often. We can't field the team many days, and the way they deal with this is suffering in terms of the workload and demands. Because while we're getting to the calls, we're not getting the back end done, the reports. We're not getting our paperwork done. We're not getting the proactive pieces done that we would love to do. While they were in the report room, they should have been off the clock, but they went back on the clock to satisfy a requirement. So another individual backed up with a rest going off for 4 days could get caught up, at least to go off and do the minimum paperwork. That is the issue. We're pushing out, at some point, we're way past the point, you asked last year, we're past the stress point. Our people are working too hard. It's manifesting itself in absences due to PTSD, et cetera. We are consuming, our HR numbers around sick leave are going in the wrong direction. And we are human beings, and our civilians are under the same burden. So we have too much volume, simply it's a bandwidth issue, too much volume, too much complexity against too little resources to address it.
Another question's come up, Chief, based on your response there, that's operational in nature. And you talked about the call that came in at 5 a.m. and the officer back out on the road. And I know you're looking at a different deployment strategy across the community, and that certainly sounds promising. Do you have staggered shifts to avoid that? So you have some overlap so that you don't have that pressure of an officer having to respond at the end of a shift that would roll into overtime, but have
If we have the staffing, we do.
Okay,
There's nothing we can't do, we have the people.
okay,
It all starts with the right number, the base number.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr, if I may, just one of the things the board has a lot of stuff they have to do. Let's say because of the new Community Safety Policing Act, and I would say that the province has recognized that this is an iterative process. There were some things that initially we had to do that they backed off on. So there is patience for us all to come into compliance.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. I've got a number of other questions. Am I still good, Mayor? Thank you. So I asked some questions with respect to mental health, and I guess that's not a legislative category, but there was some statistics provided on mental health calls. And at the end of the day, I think from what I'm hearing operationally, there's a lot of calls that are more social work than police work in a lot of ways, and certainly mental health, which is more healthcare than necessarily police action. And interesting that you provided some stats on the impact teams, and also in terms of Belleville utilizes Health IM, and then monitoring like efficiencies between the police service and mental health. And I'm looking at some of the calls where an officer's taken somebody to the hospital, it would appear, based on this graph, and then the average wait time with that individual until they're in, I guess, admitted or however. With our EMS, the province provides funding. Sometimes it's really good and sometimes not so much, for offloading. So that the paramedics, when they roll up with a patient, the offload nurse takes charge of that patient so that the EMS paramedics can get back out on the road. Has there been any discussion with BGH in terms of looking at a similar method, and even then seeking funding from the province to have that dedicated, I would say in this instance, mental health nurse at least, or I guess you're going in through the ER at that point to utilize the offload nurse similar to the paramedics to then get the officers back out on the road? Because, you know, based on the calls for service and the pressures, I would suggest that you have officers that are just waiting there that could be utilized elsewhere. Has that discussion been had?
So I will turn it over
Yeah,
to the chief,
that's fair.
but I will tell you that there've been many, many meetings with Quinte Health with regards to this
So
situation.
this is an operational issue. It's consumed, you might have remembered back, 2017, circa that time frame. There was like eight or nine different police cruisers at one of the Peel Regional Hospitals at one time, and that's a thing. The worst cases, as you can see on that chart, like are north of 6 hours or approaching 6 hours. Those numbers used to be like 12 hours. It was nothing. The whole offload thing is working well for EMS some days, but mental health is not a priority. And the relief that we heard of with the security guard being kind enough to take over was something technically not even permitted. So until, this is one of those pieces of legislation that has nothing to do with the Police Act. It has everything to do with the Mental Health Act, and we're not health people at all, but we're by default the call of last resort, and we've been saddled with this, and the numbers are going in totally the wrong direction. And it's like when I arrived here, we had 140 homeless. Now we're north of 330 or something at that point. So this issue isn't going anywhere fast. And the sad news about this is we may deal with that same girl 3 more times before the weekend was out. That's the reality of it. And so, and for our best practices in officer safety and accountability piece, we have to be literally staff 2 per 1.
Yeah.
Just like corrections, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
While you're there, Chief, I do have, I guess, another operational question. Just in addition to the questions I asked about mental health, there was a breakdown of calls, top 10 non-criminal call types, and then top 10 criminal calls. And interestingly enough, when I look at the top 10, number 3 was assaults at 376. But in those top 10, I don't see any firearm calls. I just found that interesting. Is that correct? So, because I know that,
In the top 10, yes.
so firearms wasn't a big concern then, on the terms of the calls. Oh, it's a concern, but what I'm saying is it wasn't the top 10 calls.
No, it wouldn't be in any community like that.
Yeah. So, and then there's a line that says, you know, when you call BPS, we answer. And I agree, you know, the dispatch is going to answer. But when I look at the non-criminal calls, there's police assistance, there's police information. So I understand a call is a call, but is it fair to say that not every call results in a police action on the front line?
Yeah, that would be fair, but it may, the lack of action might result in a complaint to LECA and/or to the IOP or.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm saying is that if there's a call that comes in and it's, you know, it can be dealt with at the dispatch level, or And do you have an officer in dispatch?
No.
No? I guess then it would go to the duty sergeant maybe if it required some type of police action per se. But not every call means that there's frontline staff addressing the call, right?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with the words calls,
Yeah.
our incidents. So literally, if we're creating an incident,
Yeah.
it's because we're mandated, but in terms of call volume, it could be another 300% in terms of actual calls, the inquiries and that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I think I'm good with the operation questions, so I'll go back. Thank you for the indulgence. There's a lot of questions that certainly come up at our town hall meeting, and I want to make sure that they get posed on behalf of the residents. I'm going to go to question 13, Ms. Smith, with regards to hiring. And I've sat in this place for a number of years, so I've seen a number of police budgets come. And every year in the last couple of years, the budgets have been presented, and before your time as chair, before the chief's time as chief, where there's money inserted in the budget for the purpose of hiring. And that got approved. And then the following year, as the new budget comes, there's more money added for hiring. And then council's told that we never met the hiring targets from the previous year. But the budget isn't adjusted for the unspent money. And so at the end of the day, and the chief said earlier, and I wrote it down, quote, "The staffing level has remained flat for years." So yet there was a hiring plan and budgeted for hiring. Then some of that hiring never occurred. But then it would appear to me that your base budget then got adjusted based on that hiring that never happened, and then coming in and asking for more money to hire officers that weren't hired the year before. And based on your graph, that's happened a few times. So my question, simple, is where did that money go?
Sure. Yeah. So what I'd say to you is that while the staffing didn't hire, the hiring didn't happen, the work still had to be done, okay? Previous budgets were full of risk. For example, people were off on leave. We took their salaries out of those budgets. So we were at a financial risk if they came back to work. So we no longer do that. Money stays in the budget now. Some dollars would have been spent on overtime. And we implemented alternative staffing measures. So, for example, when we couldn't hire sworn officers, we would hire civilians to get the work done. So, for instance, redaction clerks for court, a policy writer that we'd never had before, support for the strategic plan, and for implementing new technology that will make the work in our service more efficient. Some of the salaries, some of the dollars also, Belleville Police Service has a very young staff. They're hired at the 4th level constable and they move through the process up to first class constables. Those salaries range from $75,000 to $120,000. So as you move through that, some of the dollars would go to there. But unless the chief or the deputy has other answers, that's where the bulk of the money would have gone.
I can explain that. When you've seen, for instance, special constables last year and a redactor and a policy writer, they were stood down, wage gapped for optimum inclusion over the course of the year to be annualized next year. When we couldn't fulfill the order for the officers in the first quarter, the other requirements didn't disappear. So we made a decision, or I made the decision, and I stand by the decision I made, in that we're not going to let them fail and defer them getting relief in the next quarter, or if it's scheduled for June, Q3, we will hire that person now and get caught up. And so we did that. We sent another person down to court to try and stay ahead of the redaction there. We put a full-time person to write our 240 policies and procedures that we didn't have before. We took the SharePoint, which is investment in efficiency and accountability and time, et cetera. And we had a resource that was working on a contract at the point, so we converted to a full-time job because that needs ongoing service. So that's where it goes. Wage envelope is a wage envelope. It's approved by the board. The FTEs are approved by the board. And how we do that is an operational issue, and we do it based on the opportunity as it presents itself. Had somebody came in who was earning a 9% premium as a first-class constable, that person would have been the answer to our prayers, but it might have meant that we would be going to be down an extra constable somewhere down in the course of the hiring process and wouldn't have the runway out of that officer. So we're always making decisions. Are we going to have a raw recruit? Are we going to take that experience at that price point? And if we have nobody, and we had nobody 3 times in a row, we just kept backfilling. Civilians need help. Communication needs help. Somebody's gone down there, because we can't let the organization fail. If there's nobody to answer the phone in communications, and we know they're not coming back, we backfill.
So in essence, that money gets allocated for other types of hiring, not necessarily frontline.
It's all to fulfill the mission and the requirement and the demands.
I guess, you know, in future, whoever's here in this room, it would be good to at least have that understanding, because again, what we hear is the pressure on the front line, the plan and the budget to do that hiring, and then recruitment efforts aren't successful, and then there's another increase on the budget. So it's trying to keep an eye on, if you look at the city's budget, there's a base budget that basically everything gets annualized from the previous year, and then the additions start to go in. So you have a clear picture of what was last year's, and is there a surplus or a deficit? And I understand, like in 2024, you had a deficit of 830,000 or somewhere in there. Following those numbers isn't exactly easy to do when you don't have them. And so getting an understanding that you've had some other creative ways to staff, and I commend you for the civilian staffing side of things. That's excellent. It's a good way to offset some costs. But just having an understanding of, these are our recruitment dollars, this is what we didn't spend, and this is where it went, because it was hard to differentiate where that money went. So I drew the conclusion that the base budget was just getting compounded.
If I could just clarify further, we present the budget to council in the form and fashion that's prescribed by council. If you want something different, we can do whatever the treasurer asks us to do. But just by way of an example, the risk the board was prepared to take, and I suggest that we shouldn't, is if everybody on this horseshoe were off on LTD or going on a maternity leave, that money was stripped out. That stopped, because we can't accept that risk. Because you can come back to work. You can come back after 3 weeks of maternity on an 18 leave, and that money's not there. We had the conversation with the treasurer and the CAO, and they pointed out that in the city, well, we would have the money in there because we'd have an FTE to backfill. We don't have a supply chain of police officers. If a police officer goes down, we just go short. That's been the compounding issue that drives us to the requirement to right-size the department. But everything they do is supported by civilians exponentially. And that's why we're here today.
Okay, Mayor, I just have 3 more questions here. So after the Police Service Board, you approved the budget in November, and a couple days later, the mayor requested that the board reconsider and look at the budget. Now, interestingly enough, I see January 12th, you as the board chair or the board and the mayor received a letter from the Solicitor General indicating that strong mayor powers are not applicable to police budgets. And just a reminder of the requirements under Section 50 of the Community Safety and Policing Act, which says the municipality will set the budget. So needless to say, that was more of a courtesy than it was a legal requirement. Nonetheless, the board met on December 8th to review the budget. And I looked at the agenda, and I see there was a report that outlined the obligations under Section 50 of the Community Safety Policing Act. And then there was a line that said review the budget. There was no other documentation or anything. I couldn't make the meeting. Your meetings aren't streamed. So I'm just curious, what did the board actually review and consider in that request by the mayor to review it and reconsider it?
Right. I think we probably made an error that we didn't repost the actual budget on the agenda, but we all had copies of the budget. So we reviewed line by line. Every councillor spoke about why, every board member spoke about why they felt the budget should remain as it was. So we went line by line. You know, we had given direction to the chief to eliminate all discretionary spending except for what was operationally required, and which wouldn't compromise the safety of either the men and women who serve or the public. So as we reviewed that budget, we believe that budget it was what was necessary to serve this community.
Okay, thank you. Two last questions. There was talk about public expectations. So there's the legal requirement under the Community Safety Policing Act for adequate and effective policing. I understand that. But then in the responses to the questions, there was also this underlying theme, and then the chief spoke on it today, and you've spoke on it about community expectations. Is community expectations a requirement in the Community Safety and Policing Act?
Yeah, it is. We have to meet I think it's actually right in Regulations 392.23. The policing needs the community, yeah.
Okay, and then, so with that, when you're and I know you consulted with the community from the perspective of your strategic plan, and that's excellent. But it's always interesting to consult that same community when it comes to the cost associated with that. And I'll give you an example. I hear a lot of times residents complain about garbage bag tags, and that should be free, because in another community where they live, they didn't pay for it at the store. It was embedded in their taxes. And so, but then when I show them mathematically what that would be on the taxes if we got rid of that user pay service and made it free in their eyes by embedding it in the taxes, the conversation completely changes when they look at the price tag. And I can tell you that your police budget was a popular topic, and I'm sure you heard, because I saw some members in the audience at the meeting, police service members, that it was a topic of conversation, and the community, I guess, looks at the price tag and goes, hold on a second. So while the community expectation is there, once they see the price, then you can see some back off. Do you ever talk, when you consult with the community, about the actual cost and what you're asking them to pay?
Councillor Carr, throughout your questions, I've recognized, and we recognize this through the strategic planning process, we do not communicate well with our community. We need to tell the community more about what we do and more about what it costs and more about what the impact is. And so our board is committed to doing that through 2026 and beyond. But that hasn't happened. I would say that hasn't happened in the past to the effect that the community wants to hear. So yes, there is it doesn't line up. They want these services, they don't want to pay. You're absolutely right. But I think that falls back on us about how we communicate.
And I think, yes, and I think there's two ways to do that. I think starting with, and I mentioned this before, if you're streaming your meetings, and I understand why you have them at the police headquarters because you have staff readily available, but the members of the public are going to have issue with maybe coming into a secure building to attend a meeting, whereas anybody can come off the street. You're walking past a security guard, but you're not being checked. You come in, you're more anonymous, I guess. Streaming where you can, and I understand there's sensitivities and stuff, and I work in the criminal justice system, so I understand you don't want to give away trade secrets. But anything that's made public, and we've talked a lot about things here today in a very public forum that's being streamed. So I would encourage the board to consider that at least. And then I know you're implementing town halls throughout your strategic plan, and I think that's excellent. And these are opportunities, I think, where you need to present the numbers to residents. Councillor Brown and I, with our town halls, we line them up with budget because at the end of the day, the residents pay the bills. And so to be accountable to them, we have to say this is what the plan is and the feedback that we get so that then we can come and do our job. And that's why I'm here asking those questions today. I have one last question for you, and I thank you for your patience.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor, for the indulgence. Within the Police Service Board budget request, what is the total amount of funds required to meet contractual obligations? So I understand, obviously, you work in a unionized, or there's a unionized environment, there's contracts, there's agreements. What is the number that's required to meet those contractual obligations?
I'll first start by prefacing it, and I may have to refer to my colleague here, or the chief. A piece of good news is that last year we settled negotiations with both the Junior Association and the Civilian Association. So there's going to be predictability and stability for policing costs for personnel from January 26th to December 31st, 29. So a 4-year contract where we know it's going to be predictable and stable. I'll remind you that in 23 and 24 and 25, the budget, the negotiations didn't conclude until 24, where we had to pay some retroactive pay. So that's not going to happen this year. So I'll turn it over to the chief to answer the second part of that.
Because this flows into an operational question, the issue is that 100% of the wages, overtime obviously, but we have, all of our infrastructures is either owned, leased to own kind of operation until end of contract to be replaced. So we're servicing a myriad of proprietary contracts for licensing, just like your IT would, just like any other enterprise. If we own it, we have service level contracts. If we're getting hours or supports of any ways, service level agreements. So there's a ton of contracts, like and not just labor contracts, and they're so many of these things are planned obsolescence. The next generation we have to buy into and move towards. And we've stabilized to the best we can on much of our technology with our Axon contract, because we've been, and this is going to be picked up by our colleagues, but we were lucky by our being the first signature in Ontario out of the 5 that they have so far, and the rest in Canada. We were able to preserve a 12-year technology life cycle agreement sort of thing that meant that any new product from Axon that would be phased in over that 12 years is in today's dollars or last year's dollars. And if we need for new people, we pay today's dollars for the new people, but on the legacy piece, and that's pretty prudent financial stability on what hopefully will be the bulk of our technological investments going forward. But we are contractually bound by just about everything except some capital pieces.
So, yeah, I'm just looking for the numbers, so total contracts, and I guess if you got the labor numbers, then I would appreciate those as well. And if you don't have them readily available, okay.
So just in terms of a breakdown of the different divisions, Councillor Carr, in relation, I gave you a number, I think at the beginning it was 46 for admin, but I want to be fulsome. Daniel, our Director of Finance, has just been working on his laptop, so it's 55 in that category, just to be accurate.
55 in administration?
Yep.
Okay.
We have 18 in our executive. That's professional standards, HR, finance, and strategic communications, for example. We have from the operations division 130. And I'll explain, I'll give you the total number here, but operations is basically everything in the front line, platoon, yeah. And then we have PSB 6, which is included in there, as well as 43 in support. And support makes up criminal investigations, drugs and intel, and FIS, and any admin support in there as well. So when you look at the document that we produced for the public in relation to sworn or personnel, 2026 personnel, you'll see that the number comes out to 200 on that slide. The numbers that I've given you give you 252. So to explain for that discrepancy, the number that was given is the active, this is where it gets complicated, but 200 is the active membership. 52 are all our contractual obligations, WSIB obligations, LTD, retirements, MMR, PSB, any other obligations that we have in terms of memberships. There's 52 on top of that,
Okay,
benefits, et cetera. Yeah.
okay. And then just in terms of the dollar figures for labor, contractual arrangements, and then total contracts.
That will, yeah, we'll probably have to work on that
Yep.
and get that to you at a
That's
later
great.
date. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Thompson, you had a couple of questions?
Pretty simple questions. The traffic unit, because our Right Honorable Mr. Ford did away with our speed cameras, have you got funds in there for, to take over that responsibility?
There's no way we can replicate the enforcement capabilities of a camera that's static, that's there 24/7, 365. It doesn't phone in sick, and it's there when nobody else is. We can't replicate that. We have done everything we can to right-size our traffic unit, and we're still too short essentially, but we've been subsidizing that with uniform frontline members who have a bias for traffic safety. We've issued more provincial offenses tickets in the last year than we had historically done, and we're working with the county with respect to how they're handled and processed so that we get actual returns on the investment as opposed to charges withdrawn. That kind of issue is a challenge that we're facing in that area, but there's no way we can replicate the enforcement message or the revenue that is lost.
Yeah, and I agree. The POA system, in my estimate, is way out of hand because we issue the tickets and it gets spread out quite diversely, and we really don't, in my estimation, get our fair share of the revenue. So we haven't increased the traffic unit for looking after speeding.
So the one thing that I will say is by deploying the same officers to the same areas, to have the same boundaries, they will have data in front of them every week that will tell them where the problem areas are, where the complaints are, so where collisions are happening, the kind of collision that's happening, and when they're happening, where they're happening, and because they own it, they are the mini chiefs of police for each community, and they are responsible. So instead of imagining, they go directly where the problem area is, and hopefully after some sound enforcement and warnings, and it would look like something like a press release that would say we're going to be in the area enforcing these things at these major intersections in the next 72 hours. Then we'll go out and do it. Then we'll tell them what came out of it in terms of warnings and or tickets.
Mr. Ford promised that there would be funds coming to the police forces to help with traffic control. Have you received any funding?
All contributions would be greatly received, but none so far.
Thank you. Any indication that it would be in the future?
Not that we've heard.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Ford. Officers at construction sites.
Yes.
We have officers sitting in cruisers, and I know there's possibly legislation. Is that a fairly high expense for our budget?
It's a non-expense to our budget. It's not an expense to our budget because they're on paid duty, just like a school dance or a festival funded by some other private interest. We are not putting them out there. They're even paying for the vehicle for every ounce of gas that would be expected to be consumed. And if we escorted a school portable from here to Horn Payne or somewhere, it would be full cost recovery.
So if you're on a city construction site and we have a policeman there sitting in a cruiser, who pays that?
That would be the city would be paying it through the contractor.
So my question is, do we have to supply a policeman and a cruiser at that site? Can we not use security people?
It's been tried, but there's no provisions yet to, it's essentially been tried and tested, and it's defaulted back to the police for a variety of reasons. Not the least of which is taking control of a controlled highway or access to or from the highway. Those powers and authorities can be delegated to a special constable, but after after taxes, the price point isn't something that we're ready to expand in because we can't get enough just to do the things we need specials to do right now.
But part of my point is that if they're on duty, off duty, but you doing that and they're off duty, that, you know, that officer really is really taxing himself with extra work that could affect his work in the long run.
We have a policy on that, in fact, that they have to have a clear number of hours before they're entitled to take the paid duty in the first instance and before they return to duty. So it's a wellness policy that we adhere to that's kind of standard in the province. It's improved over time. We have the same sort of recovery after midnight shifts for court appearances the next morning sort of thing, where we have a period of time that we have to let them go, and so they're fit for duty in the next, and alert for court. So yes, that's all factored into the equation, but those officers are not part of the complement that day. But that is not to say if a robbery occurred in plain view, they were there. They're still police officers, they would take whatever action they needed to, and then we would refund the person for any hour or part thereof, and others on duty would take that entire incident and carry it forward.
So is there any possibility of discussions in the future of using security firms to do that?
The first level of interest would be special constables, just because they are equipped and provided with more training and more accountability. But it's been a non-starter in our jurisdiction and across the province. And
Okay, thank you, Chief.
thank you.
Anybody else? Councillor Enright Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just was reminded that it's questions only at this point of the delegation, so I just wanted to thank you for the answers, Chief Rod and Chair Smith and Deputy Chief Meeks. I think you've given fulsome answers for all the colleagues around the table, but my question is, could you just sum up for us, this budget that we've presented today is little fluff to no fluff, and in your estimation and what our service people do in 2026 in Belleville, can you just sum up the climate in Belleville comparative to other municipalities and what we're dealing with and why this budget is heavy for officers and the enforcement we need and the people we need to undertake safety in this community?
Yes, I would just like to start by saying this exercise of a chief and board chair coming to go through this exercise with council only replicates itself in about 40 municipalities across Ontario. Everywhere else it's a bill, and it'll be 11% at a minimum and an actual of anywhere into 3 digits. So this is the difference between what happens in municipal policing and elsewhere in the province. But we share the same mission and accountabilities under the same act, trained to the same standard, and do the same work, and crime knows no borders. And we are, the world is dishing out more than we can cope with the complement we have. And as I say, we talk about officers because they're the visible part of this equation, but there are no minor players. If there's nobody to answer the 911 call, then there's no lifeline to a citizen. If there's nobody to attend, then the crime will continue or the problems will go on. Life will be disturbed at a minimum. And that's happening far too often. We do enjoy good response times, but they're averages. They're going to improve as we reduce travel time in the majority of the cases, but the policing is of the nature we can be in the southwest corner and all be required in the northwest corner or east corner, and we'll go wherever we are required to go. And so we can't guarantee anything. This is a whole new debate in policing, was the response times, and the majority of police service or people serviced in the province. It's a conversation nobody wants to have because you can't guarantee when you're going across a province or across a county response time. We can do better in our footprint, and we're going to try. The number one issue is that we're human, we're not machines, and our people have been raised in an environment where we talk about work-life balance, and it's not a balance, it's a ratio, and it's different for everybody. And we have a great wellness program, but even as great as it is, Our people see traumatic things on a more frequent basis and train. I've seen or heard of more train incidents in the last 12 months than I had in a 35-year career. And the people who go to that will never unsee what they've seen or unexperience what they have experienced. But the number one thing that drives mental health is knowing that I may be alone at this call for a long time, and because someone else is tied up and there's nobody to come. And that, or I'll be doing 3 people's work for the next 4 days, and I can't stay on top of what I got. And that is the number one stressor that's omnipresent for the officers in Belleville. And we're fortunate we've been able to retain them. I know of a service had 57 turnovers because there's options and they don't have to work as hard. And so we're very pleased that the loyalty to this community and to this service exists to the level it does. And as I say, I can just echo the words of Chief Callahan when he said something's got to give. We can't sustain this. We've gone up 4,000 since that was at another 1,100 2 months into this year. And that is the truth. That is our case to council. And I hope if you have any questions, you'll feel free to come out and see it for yourselves anytime you want. I recommend weekends, midnight to, or 6 to 6, get the full meal deal. And hopefully we won't have to summon you.
Lunch will be provided. Seeing no more questions, I think we'll, we do have a quick break here. So we'll receive this and push it to D12, moved by Councillor Enright Miller, Councillor Thompson. All in favor, carried. Let's take 10 minutes and then we'll come back for that recess. We're going to start with delaying the Hastings County deputation till maybe about 3 o'clock. Okay, we'll get started again. We'll open here now with presentation from Connor Dorey, Chief Administrative Officer, and Tony Bird, Director of Finance and Treasurer, Hastings County, 26 Hastings County Joint Services Budget. You're up, and I'd like to welcome the warden here also.
So thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to the City of Belleville Council and to some familiar faces that from your council that sit on our joint committees for the shared services that we provide to Hastings County and our separated cities partners at City of Belleville and Quinte West. So today I will walk through a high-level overview of our 2026 budget and kind of give you a sense more so surrounding details that are more of interest to the City of Belleville today as it affects your current budget that's before you. So for an overview perspective, the 2026 Hastings County budget has been recommended by our Finance, Property, and Personnel Committee. It has an operating budget of approximately $230 million, and that will be going before County Council tomorrow for final approval. It represents a levy of approximately $21.5 million, and that is equivalent to a 6.68% increase for 2026. And when you consider the growth of the 1.32%, it comes in at 5.3% after growth. So an overview of the share of the shared services budgets. And I apologize, I should have moved the slide deck ahead for you, but I just covered off the budget overview at the top. But when we talk about the joint services of the committees that we provide services for, you can see that the Community and Human Services budget is seeing a 5.23% change for this year. Our long-term care budget, 9.98%. Our emergency services at 7.68%. Provincial offenses, seeing an adjustment downward of 78.28%, and the 911 services that we provide at 4.4%. So as you look to the top chart, and specifically are the top two rows, you can see that the total expenditures this year have seen a responsible increase of 3.1%. However, the real challenges that we're facing for this budget year is surrounding revenue, and you can see that the revenue movement is only going up 0.62% for this given year. So our budget on a whole, when we look at Hastings County operating budget, approximately 60% of it is funded through provincial and federal sources. And unfortunately, when we look at the bottom part of the deck there and you see the changes through the operating departments, those are not accounting for any assessment growth. So just a bit of an overview on the budget process itself. So the joint committees met on February 4th and February 11th. And they've reviewed and recommended the shared services budget unique to the services that Hastings provides. And those respective budgets then roll up into our overall county budget, which I mentioned earlier was reviewed and recommended by the Finance Committee and on to Council tomorrow. So the budget itself continues to reflect investments in the essential services and ensuring the long-term viability of the county infrastructure that we own and operate. There's ongoing efforts to prevent and reduce homelessness through provisions of homelessness programs across our community. There's the ongoing efforts and commitment to work towards the goal of 4 hours of resident care at our long-term care facilities, and ongoing investments to enhance paramedic services in our immediate community. So highlights for the dedicated service delivery models when we look at our long-term care and some of the challenges and opportunities that we face for this year. Inflationary pressures are certainly outpacing our funding opportunities. Funding opportunities and announcements unique to long-term care aren't released by the province until after our budget is set. So this year, in an efforts to kind of keep step with your budget and some of the decisions that you need to make today, we've moved our budget process up from historically being in March into February, so you have more accurate data in hand to make the decisions that you need to make. So, but with that being said, we're setting a budget not knowing exactly what's coming down the pipe for funding opportunities for us, so we have to be exceptionally cautious and conservative with some of the estimates that we work with. Salary and benefit pressures are real in the sense of staffing a competitive world of healthcare, and then the obligations and requirements to continue to fulfill the ministry's long-term care Fixing Long-Term Care Act. Now, from an emergency services perspective, 2026 sees a full year of cost for the 2025 staffing enhancement of 24/7 coverage in the Belleville area. Again, inflationary pressures when we look at contracts with staff, paramedic staff and staff, benefits, supply, equipment. We continue to work towards fulfilling the funding obligations of our capital assets. We obviously have a number of ambulances and equipment and bases. And then for 2026, there will be the development and presentation of a 10-year master plan for the service, looking ahead. Provincial offenses, so the County of Hastings provides the administration of justice portion of the POA court system here. We did get some positive news. It's been an ongoing request for a number of years now for increased court time, and we learned this month that we would see an additional 11 days of court time in 2026. But there's always ongoing advocacy through AMO for POA reforms across the province. So, and also for this given year, we've reviewed and opened up the intermunicipal agreement as the cancellation of the ASE program in November of last year. We look through the processing of and clearing the deck of the balance of the ASE enforcement tickets that are in the system as they get cleaned up over the course of 2026. And from that, it's approximately the estimations that Belleville will assume 62% of the estimated net proceeds that are likely to be available in 2026. So our Community and Human Services Department, ongoing advocacy in regards to increasing provincial funding to address rising community needs. Some of the envelopes that we receive continue at zero increases. So year over year, those are challenges that we're facing, providing services, in not all cases having funding keeping step with it. The continued implementation of the 4-year childcare and early years system plan, as well as operating and maintaining and addressing the capital pressures that we have with our aging community housing infrastructure. We have 1,471 units that we manage, and the average age of that stock is 45 years. Now, we're looking forward to later in 2026, the completion of a new 32-unit build in Quinte West. That is on schedule and intended to be complete late this year. So as far as capital goes, just a bit of a visual to give you a sense of the degree of spend on capital projects for this year. So we're looking at approximately $22 million in capital spend on infrastructure that's unique to the shared services group that affects Belleville and our other partners. So from a long-term care perspective, that's approximately 21%, amounting to about $4.7 million. And that's addressing items for our residents in the way of ceiling track requirements that are needed for resident lifts, fire alarm upgrades, flooring, roof, window replacements at the facilities, elevator refurbishment, and parking lot repaving. When we look at our paramedics team and our emergency services group at approximately 10% or $2.3 million, that's addressing the need for the replacement of 5 ambulances, 1 admin vehicle, and the defibrillators that are within the services possession to date that we use. Now, the largest component at around $15 million or 68% approximately is our Community and Human Services group. That's predominantly in the way of housing inventory. And that is to address things like furnace replacements, makeup air units that need to replace, windows, doors, kitchens. But a large percentage of that spend, approximately 10 million, is unique to the completion of the Quinte West build. And then there's always ongoing opportunities where we continue to apply for funding opportunities through different programs like OFI, COCHI, CMHC, in order to get whatever funds we can to maintain this stock as time goes on. From an operating expenditure perspective, this kind of gives you a sense as far as the shared services, the dollars involved, and the percentages unique to them. So the split for these shared services, the largest one being our Community and Human Services Department at 57%, our long-term care, 2 facilities at 25%, our emergency services at 17%, and POA and 911 are small portions of it that make up less than 1% each. And then when we look at the sharing of the services and the percentages, so the shared services obligations are just over $48 million for this year. The City of Belleville, through service agreements that we have in place, is responsible for approximately 42%, Hastings County 28.9%, and Quinte West 29.1%.
Just stopping there, just a quick question. Might not be for you, it might be for Connor. What about representation on the board? Is that done by percentage of per capita? Like, how's that worked out? Like, I see we pay the largest amount, but
through
that
your
would've been done
worship to
in
yourself,
Mock
it is a historic figure, but the City of Belleville does have the highest representation in each of the 3 committees as a total figure for community human services, EMS, and long-term care.
but we don't have control of the vote. Anyways, keep going, sorry.
So in closing, the creation of Hastings County 2026 budget was guided by our strategic plan, and it's built on 4 pillars, and they are healthy, vibrant, connected, and sustainable communities that we call home. So I wanted to thank you for your time, and thank you for the contribution that you make to our shared services committees, and certainly happy to take any questions you may have today.
Well, thank you, Tony. Any questions? Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Director Bird, you mentioned that we have currently 1,456 units in the social housing that exist. The wait list is, that's been indicated to us is that we have over 3,800 families that are currently on the wait list. And it's important that I underline it's families, not individuals. What is the plan to be able to address the shortfall in the amount of social housing that's available? That's the first question. And then the second question would be, if we could address 100% of those families, what would the cost be?
Okay. I defer that to you.
Sure. To clarify, so Hastings County has 1,471 units. But in addition to that, we also have not-for-profit housing providers that are subsidized through the municipalities. That equates to another 400 and something units there. And all of those units are what are allocated from the wait list itself. So close to 2,000 units, let's say. And you are correct, our wait list is about 3,500 households, 3,500 plus, with wait times that can fluctuate from somebody who is on a special priority status to being in a unit within a year to people who don't have a certain status that might wait north of 10 years to be in that housing that we have available. So the timelines are extremely long. This is not unique to Hastings County. I've had the privilege of being part of the Mayor's Task Force on Housing and Homelessness, on homelessness. And last week when we were listening to St. Thomas, who we hear in the news related to their successes on the homelessness front, they spoke to their centralized wait list and the figures that were there. Timelines associated were very similar to the timelines that we have, as well as the figures when you look at it at a per ratio basis. Given the volume of what is the wait list and what we are able to achieve, it is very challenging to develop housing to meet the inflow of need within our communities. We can chip away, and it's important for us to do so in certain ways. We look at our 32-unit project in Quinte West as a capital project. We look at partnerships with different housing providers to try and develop more housing. But that need of 33,000+ households is significant and extremely challenging. Hastings County, as we are obligated under the Housing Services Act, is responsible to develop a 10-year housing and homelessness plan that will set out a timeframe of 2026 to 2036. So we are in the process of developing that, which will help us lay out the framework related to solutions on the housing and homelessness front. In terms of the cost associated to it, I forget exactly what the figure is, but when we look at projects and the average cost of housing to develop at about $400,000 per unit, if we multiply that by the 3,500 households that are on our wait list, that will give you a figure of north than $1 billion of what it costs for us to try and eliminate the housing wait list. And that doesn't take into consideration land availability, capacity of water, wastewater, all the other needs that go into the development of housing.
Thank you, through you. Just a question going on to the housing itself. So if you, for example, have a family of 4, they're in the housing. As time progresses and those children maybe leave the nest, what is the progression, what happens with the unit? You know, say for example, you know, 4 children, the 4 children move out and just the parents are left, or the mother or the father is left. What is the next step? Is that a process whereby they are rehoused into something smaller to allow larger units for families? What happens there? Can you give us an example of how that unfolds?
Through your worship to Councillor Henderson, when we look at the direct operation of our housing, there's 2 aspects of it. There's the Housing Services Act, which dictates our rent geared to income eligibility, how the centralized waitlist and housing units are allocated, and that determines that. But as we also operate, we have a requirement under the Residential Tenancies Act as a landlord. So in the instance where there may be a long-term tenant who secured a family unit and then the children aged and became adults and moved out, their RGI eligibility will become at risk due to our overhouse policy. So the way that we would define that is if they have more bedrooms than should due to the policies that we have in place related to occupancy, their rent geared to income eligibility then becomes susceptible to be removed. If they were to choose to stay in that unit under the Residential Tenancies Act, they can choose to do so. However, the rent that is charged isn't compliant with the Housing Services Act. Rather, that rent would then go to what is deemed appropriate on market rent, and then everything would comply within the Residential Tenancies Act. So there's a balance of the 2, but we do have policies to try and ensure that units are appropriately allocated based on the family size. There's a need across every single demographic for housing, whether it's singles, whether it's seniors, whether it's families. So it's appropriate for us to have these policies to try and ensure that our units are being allocated as best fit.
Thank you. Just follow up. Maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't. You would have to find out. But do you see this often?
Through you, Your Worship, we do see this often. We do see the need to work through the composition of units on an ongoing basis. It's a sad reality that when we look at the need in our vulnerable population, there's a lot of generational components that feed into this, and that can feed into why there's the inability to secure other housing. So yes, it is common. I don't have a figure of what number of households we deal with on an annual basis, but it is a very common occurrence that we see.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Dorey. So you mentioned the 10-year homelessness and housing plan, and you know I sit on Community and Human Services Committee. Council here passed a motion with respect to a multi-year capital plan because of the high need for housing. And then it went to the county committee. Staff recommended that we pare that down to 5 sites. And I had mentioned too that, you know, land costs being what it is, really member municipalities, you should be looking at us to see if there's any land available to keep that cost down. So the suggestion and recommendation that was adopted by the committee was to scale that down from a multi-year plan to address the issue to something more manageable, I guess, from a staffing perspective of 5 various sites. Is that what you're looking for when you look at the 10-year housing plan, is just those 5 sites, or are you looking broader to truly put a dent in it, knowing full well that provincial and federal money is required? But as I said at committee, unless you have a elaborate plan, no senior level of government's just going to get out a check and say, here you go. We've got to have a plan.
Through your worship to Councillor Carr, the Housing and Homelessness Plan would be separate than that of the motion that was passed at Community and Human Services Committee, I believe in November, which identified for us to develop a plan for the best 5 suitable lands to develop on. So it will exist. The 2 are happening concurrently, and there is overlaps within, but a Housing and Homelessness Plan looks beyond and looks at the entirety of the housing continuum. The Housing and Homelessness Plan will focus on the homelessness aspect of supportive housing, shelter needs, but also to the other end of some of the market housing, and working with our partners at the City of Belleville and City of Quinte West as they map out what their housing needs assessments are and how that all feeds into a Housing and Homelessness Plan. So that motion that was passed and supported through Community and Human Services Committee, that will be part of the Housing and Homelessness Plan, but is a separate exercise to that of the Housing and Homelessness Plan itself.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, just with respect to the overall budget, you know, I'm looking at allocation of common costs, but right across the spectrum of budget lines, particularly when we're joined in with other municipalities, we see the bottom line is what each member municipality contributes. But I'm wondering if it's possible, and I'm not expecting this today, but that there could be a breakdown of the entire budget line just based on what Belleville's portion is. So we know exactly what we're paying for the postage, we know exactly what we're paying for mileage as a portion of the overall budget lines. Is that possible?
Fair. Through the chair to Councillor Carr, I think it's possible and appropriate to have those conversations at our joint committees that have that representation, and that way all partners are seeing this information. When we look at the common costs that are associated to our budget, information technology, human resources, finance, administration support, those are all components that feed into it, in addition to some of the other aspects that you speak to, office supplies and whatnot. What I think is important to note is Hastings County has conducted an analysis to make comparisons to other municipalities to understand where our resources are compared to them on those key components of HR, information technology, finance. And when we look at our comparators in the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, we are amongst the lowest in each one of those categories. And I think it's important context to give to our committees so they can understand, in addition to the financial costs, but the implications that has on our existing resources as we manage over 1,100 employees and a budget of $230 million. So very long-winded, but it is an appropriate conversation to have for sure.
Okay, I'll certainly bring that up at committee then. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? You get to go home. Thank you. I need a motion to refer that to the operating numbers as listed, moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All in favor, carried. Thank you, Warden. Thank you. We'll see you. Okay, correspondence, if we could pass them, and if there's anything you want to pull, 4.1 to 4.6, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Sue. Anybody want anything pulled? The South, Southeast Public Health Budget? Yeah, 4.6. Okay, seeing 4.6 pulled, motion to send the rest of them to where they're supposed to go. That was already done. All in favor, carried. Councillor Henderson, questions on the 4.6? You're up.
Well, I'm not sure it's a question as much as it's a comment. I guess I'm a little confused about the mergers being able to produce efficiencies that would reflect well on the budget, their budget, in turn our budget. According to the media reports, they've terminated nurse practitioners, they're closing offices. But I personally have concerns about this budget Specifically, the line items they are listing as professional and contract services for $1,002,250, and the other expense category for $59,792. I did request a detailed list of what these items include. I did receive an email response back from the Southeast Public Health, and what was quoted was this: "We can't provide a detailed listing of the service providers, and probably account-specific information is off the table." They further went on to state that very generally, physician, nurse, dentist, epidemiologist, legal, audit were some of those inclusions for professional contract services. I then specifically asked how much of the $1 million, $2,250 is apportioned to legal fees, to which they have not, and seems like will not answer. I have concerns about that. They went on further to indicate that the other expense category was just for the program materials that don't fit well with other program material category. I would certainly argue that if you have a line item for program-specific materials for $964,000, I would suggest program materials are program materials, and why do we need another line for that? So those are the concerns as we move forward with the budget that I want to bring forward, and I'd like to make a change to, maybe amend the percentage of increase that they're asking for. Okay?
Perfect. Okay, so if we can, I guess, move that and second it to shove it. We're supposed to go, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Thompson, all in favor, carried. I need a motion to go on committee of the whole with me in the chair, moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Wright Miller. All in favor, carried. My hopes now is we'll get call upon our treasurer here for the operating budget presentation, and then we will break. It'll be right at noon. You said you wanted 21 minutes. Or that was 20 minutes and 1 minute for questions.
Okay, good morning. I don't like to put myself in the way of lunch, so I'll jump right in. I'm very pleased to present the 2026 operating budget. This was a very challenging year, and so I do want to thank staff that worked diligently to put the budget together, as well as Mayor and Council for all the guidance throughout the process. And if there's anything that's unclear throughout, don't hesitate to ask. Okay, so the timeline for this year's budget activities was similar to last. We had some additional week of extended communication where we could get feedback on the budget. The cities adopted the Strong Mayors timeline, while also following the city's budget and financial controls policy that provides for council guideline setting, as well as finance committee review. Under the Strong Mayors timeline, the council amendment period will expire on February 27th. The mayor will have until March 9th to veto any council amendments, with council overriding any veto with a 2/3 vote by March 24th. So the initial survey helped to gauge the overall priorities of the community and the levels of service expectations. With this feedback, the guidelines for the operating budget were developed. Priorities continue to be consistent from year to year, these being a priority on doctor recruitment, long-term care, roads and sidewalks. Areas that are less desirable include heritage, museum, cultural, parking, and community events. And consistently, affordability of taxes is a priority, with community being receptive to user fee increases. For the 2026 operating budget, Council established similar guidelines to the previous year. And this included a residential tax increase not to exceed 5%, excluding the impacts of the Fire Master Plan transition. A focus on public feedback for prioritizing services. A focus on legislative health and safety and maintaining service levels. And to provide capital contributions aligned to the city's approved asset management plan. These guidelines were very important and guided the development and focus of our 2026 operating budget. The budget contains a number of items aligned with community feedback. The city is focused on primary care recruitment, infrastructure, and long-term care. A focus was also taken on affordability. This includes an increase to the seniors and ODSP property tax rebate, a proposed water and wastewater rebate program, continued cost recovery through user rate increases, as well as numerous tax relief measures included in the budget to maintain tax affordability. Overall tax relief measures resulted in 1.5% levy decrease, and the low-income seniors rebate program will result in the average recipient having approximately a 5% decrease in their municipal burden. I would also note that Hastings County service allotments are now $175,000 reduced from the original estimates, and we'll address these as we work through the budget issues today. The above chart outlines the 2025 and 2026 cost recoveries for a number of user-rated portfolios, identified in blue and red, with the average target rates for these outlined by the green line. The approval of cost recovery targets is relatively new, and the city's progressively increasing rates on an annual basis. These efforts help reduce property tax burden and support financial sustainability. This is a delicate balance between service use, costs, and community benefit. And as can be noted, there's a number of portfolios the city will continue to look to progress in meeting its targets. Additionally, with respect to waste collection, if the city were to remove bag tags entirely and move these to a tax-funded service, the residential impact on a $250,000 assessed property would amount to about a $66 increase to taxes per year. Feedback on the proposed budget was solicited through survey. The total response is lower than average at 312 this year. However, the feedback was very valuable and highlighted dissatisfaction around affordability of taxes. Police was consistently singled out as a service area for cost impacts and requests for information, and residents asked for more detailed breakdowns, benchmarking, and cost comparisons. Feedback was also solicited on areas of improvement, and a key takeaway will be to better adapt budget information to align with the needs of the community, providing clarity and easy navigation of the information. In response to residents requesting information on the survey, we provided a new FAQ with links to relevant sources. The full operating survey report, as well as the FAQs, can be found on the city's budget webpage at www.belleville.ca/getinvolved. So the city's overall tax budget is $230 million, with an additional $20 million collected and distributed for school board taxes. The proposed tax-supported budget is $188 million, with user-supported portions just under $43 million. There's an increase in the overall budget of 3.47%, and increases in budget vary across portfolios and are driven by a variety of factors that will be covered in the following slides. So for the tax-funded portfolio, the city delivers a significant number of programs and functions under this area. The tax-funded section of the budget is broken down into a number of functional categories that we'll go through. Services are delivered directly through the city or the responsibility of city boards or external agencies. Health services and social services are primarily in the purview of Hastings County Service Provider, with the police board falling under protective services. The tax-funded expenditures are approximately $188 million, as identified, and are funded by several revenue sources, including property taxes. User fees and charges are seeing healthy increases driven by recreational fee increases and other user-rated portfolios. You'll see automated speed enforcement revenues have been reduced to zero given the cancellation of the program in 2025. Lexicon revenues have also been reduced to have a more aggressive strategy on driving growth and reinvestment in this portfolio. With a number of reserve fund initiatives and community investments having reduced expenditure requirements, corresponding reductions have been made to these reserve fund transfers. Initiatives still underway, like the bridge, only have the remaining unspent budgets carried forward for 2026. Other taxation and revenue increases are being seen as a result of increased penalty and interest income. Cumulatively, these revenue sources help reduce the tax-supported budget by $39.5 million, leaving $148.1 million to be financed through property taxation. So one of the changes during 2026 is we reclassified the contributions to capital reserves for each functional area in the budget. This is due to having more detailed asset management data and allows us to better and fully identify the full cost of each operation. 2025 results were also reclassified for comparability of the figures in front of you. Below this is a breakdown of the capital and the operating components for each of these areas for 2026. Overall, some significant increases have been seen in the protective service portfolio, predominantly driven by police services. Transportation and operational services are also seeing portfolio increases. These are largely tied to debt servicing costs for road projects, as well as the largest allocation for additional capital contributions based on the road network requirements. Health, social, and family services are typically not core municipal services and are delivered by external groups. These portfolios are also increasing and are largely attributable to Hastings County service costs. Outlined above is the increase in tax funding required for 2026, totaling $9.9 million before growth. City departments account for approximately $3.6 million or 2.62 levy increase. Items of significance include pre-approved compensation agreements, debt servicing costs, 2025 Hastings County funding adjustment, and 2-hour free parking. New initiatives with legislative health and safety section for the city are limited to asset management contributions, primary care recruitment, and cybersecurity. City departments also undertook an extensive tax relief process, which included reserve fund utilization, user revenue increases, and service level reductions. City boards and external agencies account for $6.2 million of the increase, amounting to 4.52% levy increase. Again, this is predominantly driven through police servicing costs at an increase of $4.5 million. Estimated provincially mandated services increased by $1.6 million in the budget. Again, as noted, that will see a $175,000 reduction with the change to the Hastings County estimates. And overall, boards and external agencies now account for 63% of the increase for 2026. While the portfolio takes up the majority of the increase, their overall net cost makes up only 46% of the property tax levy. So the city levies taxes to its residents based on the services they receive. This is a process referred to as area rating, and this is the second year that we will see 5 different tables. For each table, the same core rate is applied for all residents for services delivered on a broad basis. This includes items such as snow plowing, road maintenance, recreational services, and general government. Specific services billed on an area rated basis include police, fire, transit, and street lighting. Based on the previous fire master plan, the city is transitioning a section of the Canifton rural area to urban fire service. This will ensure full-time fire response for this urbanized section of the community, ensure sufficient level of service and management of risk. This is a substantial increase for this area, and to help accommodate this impact to the residents, the affected properties will see this increase spread over a 5-year period. Growth in assessment helps bring down the tax increases as these costs are spread over a larger assessment base. Overall, assessment grew by 1.06% this year. With the city's property areas, the Canifton rural to urban section is experiencing the highest percentage in assessment growth at 3.05%. And this increase is due to the size of the area and the high residential property growth. The Belleville urban area has the largest value increase at $43 million and is largely driven through a significant commercial assessment. The Belleville area maintains the largest assessment base, totaling over $5.2 billion. So this slide helps break down the 2026 property taxation by both property class and billing tables. Of the $148 million, residential taxes makes up approximately 55% of the tax levy, with commercial at 32%. Overall, Belleville urban pays 81% of the total, and the remaining tables making up the difference. For additional information and assessment analysis, a council report's been completed and included in the budget agenda. The proposed operating budget provides a residential tax increase moderately above the guideline of 5%. This excludes the impacts of the fire master plan, with Belleville rural well under the guideline. With the fire master plan impact, overall residential tax increases range from 4.85% in Belleville rural to 7.28% in Campton rural to urban. As noted, the Campton rural to urban area is seeing the highest increase as they are transitioning to urban fire service and being subsidized by the urban tax table. These rates will stabilize after 2029 when this area is paying the full urban fire service costs. For the majority, the overall impacts would result in approximately a $20 per month increase, with Belleville rural around $14 per month. So this graph provides a breakdown of the 2026 increases across billing areas. The primary driver across most portfolios is the police service impact, with Hastings County services also exceeding the guideline. As noted, this is the second year of the fire master plan transition, with impacts identified as red in the graph. With this shift, both urban tax billing areas is seeing relief in annual taxes, as the Campton rural to urban properties are transitioned to receiving and paying for urban fire service. Those in the rural billing areas will see increases, as the transitioning properties from Campton rural to urban will no longer contribute to rural fire costs. And again, as noted, the rural to urban properties will see the largest increase as they now receive and contribute towards the urban level of service. City department costs have been limited through tax relief measures and minimal new items. The predominant cost drivers being capital financing, both new debt and the increased contributions to capital reserves in line with the city's approved asset management plan. Various tax relief measures were proposed to enhance affordability, and the implications and tax reductions have been outlined in the 2026 operating budget relief measures council report. So above is an example of the summary information that's provided under the city's tax rate calculator. Additional detailed breakdowns for each service component are also provided on the tax rate calculator to assist residents in identifying every dollar of where their taxes go. This also includes a prior year comparison, so you can see dollar for dollar from year to year the changes in your taxes. For the user rate funded portion of the budget, this includes water, wastewater, and the parking operation. User rate funded portfolios fund all the expenditures out of fees charged specifically for those services. This tab breaks down the proposed water revenue and expenditure budget for the year. The increase in water billing revenue reflects the 1.63% rate increase approved by council in December and estimated meter and consumption growth. Expenses associated with meter reading have increased due to market conditions and required levels of service. And continued capital contributions are being maintained to ensure proper asset management planning. To assist customers that need it the most, this year the water portfolio will offer a seniors and ODSP rebate program, as well as a full year of leak forgiveness program. Other revenue increases are generated from investment income, which has bolstered the ability to increase contributions to reserve while moderating rate increases in this portfolio. For the wastewater portfolio, the 2026 metered revenues reflect the approved wastewater surcharge increase of 7.06%, as well as expected growth. A reduction can be seen in both the transfer from reserve and administrative costs, as some pressure from DC fee waivers have been reduced due to the industrial exemption being removed. Capital contributions are driven by appropriate asset management activities in line with the approved asset management plan and 10-year capital plan. These investments are critical to ensure adequate funding is in place for the necessary wastewater infrastructure investments. Various parking rates have also been increased to align with the approved parking study. Overall, total revenue increases for 2026 amount to approximately 33%. These increases have been proposed to help ensure financial sustainability for the parking operation, appropriate planning and financing for capital requirements, as well as approved parking initiatives. A significant increase in contributions to reserve can be seen to ensure sufficient capital planning and operational stability for the operation. The main cost drivers in this portfolio is related to investment services and part of the approved 2-hour free parking pre-approved by council. It should be noted to help offset the impact for tax funding on the parking operation. A relief measure is included and proposed to increase metered parking rates, reduce enforcement increase requirement from technology enhancements, and a reduction to planned capital contributions. The departmental operating plans have been established to enhance community engagement, as well as provide transparency and accountability for the budget process. These plans are developed to align with the strategic direction of the corporation, providing overviews of each department, as well as important information and performance measures. This year, plans were enhanced to provide a greater corporate perspective. This included enhancing external board and agency reporting, continued KPI development, and quick reference one-page summary documents. Following the budget adoption, tax bylaws are expected to be brought forward at the April 13th council meeting for approval. We'll also look to bring forward the water and wastewater seniors ODSP policy for approval. Reassessment was originally scheduled for January 1st, 2020. Unfortunately, we're still waiting on the province for direction for when the next reassessment period will take place. Looking forward, the city will continue to review and seek funding from the provincial government, as well as other partnerships to help alleviate tax rate affordability. And also looking at moderating economic impacts due to tariff and new purchasing related legislation that will be coming or that is expected on the Buy Ontario in Canada legislation. Asset management planning will continue this year to progress the corporation's asset management maturity rating and enhance the capital planning and financing for the organization. This will help inform our 10-year capital plan and budgeting for 2027 and beyond. That's it. If there's any questions.
Questions? Great presentation. We will break for lunch at 11:59. Yeah, motion to receive, Councillor Carr, Councilman Wright Miller, all in favor, carried. See you back here at 12:30. Okay, we're at reports 5A2. I was wondering if we could move that and have consent and go right through to 589, or if there's anything you want pulled. So I'll just give you a minute to think about that. From 5A2 to 5A9. Anybody on poll? Councillor Thompson?
I'm not sure, this is the Southeast Lynn, or financial situation, is that the one with the health unit?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question on that.
Okay. Councillor Carr? Okay.
Sorry, I'm going through this.
No problem.
I wasn't expecting a rapid fire here. 3, 4, 6, and 8.
Okay, anybody else that pulls them all? Councillor, pardon me? Just the same as Councillor Thompson. Okay, so they're all pulled. Okay, so if we pass A2, A5, A7, and A9, moved by Councillor Thompson, Councillor Carr, all in favor, carried. So we pulled 5A2, somebody pulled that? Councillor Carr. Oh, sorry about that. Did we pass 5A2 then? We must have done the last motion. Okay, 5A3. Councillor Carr.
I'll move it.
You'll move it? Okay, seconded by Councillor Henderson. Discussion, Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thank you. So the motion basically is to receive it and refer it to operating issue D42, and I'll have an amending motion when we get to that part of the budget, when we get into operating issues. But my question through you to the Director of Finance, we're eyeball deep in the health services portfolio here, which is frustrating considering it's a Ministry of Health issue. You know, I see bold, healthcare is not a municipal responsibility, but then here we are going at it. I don't want to belabor it, but the provincial government through the Ontario Primary Care Action Plan is making headway on that, and Healthcare Connect is your best option to get a primary care provider. My question through you to the director is, can you tell me, just in terms of the financial strategy, part of it is to tax through property taxes to fund this portfolio, and particularly primary care recruitment. Can you tell me the amount that would be collected in property tax and the tax impact?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, on the 2026 operating budget, it's currently $77,900 is the incremental increase for property taxation. That would be a 0.06% tax increase, and that would put the total at $186,900 on the health portfolio. Usually these are provided through a number of reserve fund mechanisms, but we've had some shortfalls. So to provide a balanced approach, yes, there would be some taxation as well as reserve funding recommended through that proposed report.
And second question through you, Mayor, to the director, and I know we've got to plan for the future, but we have to reevaluate every annual budget year. But the financial strategy that's been proposed by your department is that there would continue to be taxation to collect money to recruit primary care. Is that correct in future years?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, that's correct. To look at the balanced portfolio for the different revenue sources, there was a look at an incremental 5-year. And again, as you noted, this is something to be reevaluated year to year as responsibilities potentially shift. We would update those strategies accordingly.
Thank you.
Anybody else to this? Not all in favor? Carried. 5A4, and I think that's Councillor Carr also. I'll move that. Moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the director, and I know that this is an ongoing issue with MPAC and their ability to, I guess, well, we help pay the bill, so I'm going to be straight up. Their ability to properly assess properties to ensure that the assessment is correct. And I do know that in previous years and even last term, we talked about the fact that there were companies or law providers or lawyers that were basically assisting commercial properties up and down the 401 corridor to reassess their property, and they've been successful. My question through the mayor to you, Director Ferguson, is MPAC getting any better at putting in proper assessments, particularly for commercial, where we end up taxing and then have to create a reserve account in order to correct MPAC's mistakes?
He's answering the question he knows the answer to. Good question.
It needs to be on the public record. Well, sorry, I don't want to get into a debate here too much, but at the end of the day, taxpayers are paying for this. So I'll let the director answer the question, and then I'll have a couple comments.
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, it is challenging at times. MPAC do have some service level standards, and we do meet with them frequently as well, and are in constant communication to move forward assessments to get them in a timely manner on our books. Any assessment loss is revenue that we could see in the particular year that would help with our growth and our taxes. So some of those metrics are improving. Again, we are looking at the challenges of reassessment years coming up, so we expect that lift and that load of potential appeals and getting assessment on the book to be a bit more challenging. So we've worked hand in hand with them, but we still do see, and as the report outlines, and our estimates for tax appeals and write-offs, we still do need to carry and are seeing a number of appeals in the commercial industrial area as well as in residential.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mayor, to the director, can you remind us how much our bill is that the taxpayers pay to MPAC? You can give me an approximate. I think it's around 700 and some thousand. Is that correct?
That is through the chair to Councillor Carr. That's correct. Our total this year is up to, I apologize, $698,100.
So, Mayor, $700,000 that the City of Belleville taxpayers pay to MPAC, and all municipalities contribute to this organization. And then we've just heard from the director, and this is consistent across other municipalities. I remember hearing it last term from a different finance director that basically it was the same issue, that MPAC is not accurate on their assessments. And then the assessment comes out, we tax on what they tell us that assessment is, and then lo and behold, there's an appeal, we lose the appeal, and then now we have to create this reserve in order to rectify the mistakes of MPAC, and it's just unfortunate. I would hope that at some point, and perhaps, Mayor, if you're attending AMO, this would be something where AMO needs to get involved, because every municipality is paying this bill. And so, if we're contributing into an organization, we expect accuracy as one of those results that come from it. And it's kind of frustrating that we have to now take that money and create that insulation because of inaccuracies with MPAC. So, thank you.
I think one year we didn't pay it. I remember it was mayor before, and they still sent us the bill, right? Yeah. Okay, so that moves us. Okay, all in favor of that? Carried. A6, I believe, was pulled. Moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. Councillor Carr, you pulled this.
Yes, thank you. So this is to be received, but so yeah, thank you. So this item regarding physician recruitment efforts and external physician grant opportunities to be received. And I note that there has been success to it. And again, I know I'm beating this, but I can't stress it enough that we've got the province acting. And when the province is finally putting money in this program, in their responsibility, we have to evaluate whether we should be duplicating things, particularly as we hear all the other strains that go on with the municipal budget. that, we're trying to stretch ourselves and to be the solution to everything instead of refocusing in on what's really truly our responsibilities. So I guess, and I don't know who to pose the question to, the manager of physician or primary care recruitment's not here, so perhaps maybe the CAO could fill in. We've, over the course of some of our recruitment efforts, though, we have had, and I did talk with the recruitment manager yesterday afternoon, we have had physicians who have not taken patients because they have become hospitalists. And I know just recently we took, we signed an agreement with a nurse practitioner who's working inside Belleville General Hospital. And the biggest need in our community is primary care. And hospital is not primary care, it's secondary care. Primary care is whether you're going to your physician or nurse practitioner in the community as the first step in the healthcare continuum. My question is, our agreement doesn't have anything in it which specifies that the primary care provider must provide primary care in terms of rostering patients in order to meet the need of people not having primary care.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Carr, we have not, to this point, put restrictions of that nature in the agreement. Had conversations with physician recruiter, and she's been very consistent in her approach and her, I think her philosophy on recruitment, and in that any recruitment and any physician or nurse practitioner that is brought into the community, whether a hospitalist or primary care, alleviates some of the pressure in the community. But certainly, if it's the wish of council to put restrictions on what that looks like, because let's be honest, I think everybody can agree that physician recruitment in healthcare is a provincial responsibility. So I don't think we're arguing about that. But if it's the wish of council to put restrictions on what benefits we do or do not offer through the physician recruitment program, then certainly I think we're amenable to that.
Okay, thank you. If I could then make an amendment to receive it and request another staff report outlining amendments to the agreement to include primary care with rostering from either Healthcare Connect or retiring practices, and I know that that's been a need, so I'll make that amendment and I'll speak to it. Yeah, thank you. So this is just for the purpose of the motion that we're voting on. Is just asking for a staff report just to outline some changes to the agreement. So we're not making any changes here today. I just think this needs some exploration. And I know that in previous reports that the primary care recruiter has spoken about is the fact that we also have retiring physicians and forecasting some of that. And while you're rostered to a primary care provider in the same postal code, you cannot go on Healthcare Connect. But if your primary care person is in another postal code, you can sign up. So obviously, for folks who have a physician or primary care now and may, because of retirements or whatever, lose that, they're kind of in limbo at that point. So I think factoring in some retirements would be prudent as well, because again, then you would have orphan patients. But I think it's critical that we explore sharpening this in terms of primary care. If you were to look at what the province is doing right now with their Ontario Primary Care Action Plan, they're trying to roster patients at the front end. And so with that connection, and I think if we're going to continue down this road, we at the very least need to have something similar where we're working on the same target. And if we're not, then I think we're way outside the spectrum of what we should be doing as a municipal government. So this is simply a staff report to exploring options to sharpen the agreement. Thank you.
Related to that, the calculations that were provided in the report today indicate the number of doctors that is being recommended, the following breakdown of the start dates of those doctors coming in. But it also talks about the fact that the impact of nurse practitioners hasn't been factored into these estimates in the report in terms of projecting how many doctors we need to recruit. So I really have two questions as it relates to that, because I think it's important in terms of sharpening what it is we are reporting and what's expected. First, if nurse practitioners are going to be able to start doing OHIP billing in the spring, it's expected to be implemented, how many fewer doctors would we need to recruit, if any, would be the first question. And then the second question is, do any of the calculations where there's a specificity to how many doctors we need to recruit over what period of time, does that take into consideration the funding and doctor recruitment that is already underway by the Nurse Practitioner Clinic, by Queen's Health, Belleville and Quinte West Community Health Center? Just this week, I saw an ad from the Belleville and Quinte West Community Health Center, an advertising looking for doctors and nurse practitioners and nurses. So there's just a lack of clarity for me in the report and what our practice would be in terms of what do we count, what do we don't count, and in reality, how many do we need to recruit when the Ontario Primary Care Action Plan is recruiting at the same time. So I'm not sure if there's anybody available to answer those things today, and if not, if we could just include it as part of the amending part of the document.
Just one question, the amendment, maybe I didn't understand it. You're saying that they have to take patients off Healthcare Connect, because I know some of the doctors that we recruited don't want anything to do with Healthcare Connect, so would that eliminate that? And I don't know the reason why Karen's not here today to answer that, but I know the last couple that we did, I don't think they took anything off Healthcare Connect. They put a shingle out and word of mouth and did that.
Okay. No, and I would say that they should at least try Healthcare Connect first as the first step, and then if not, move on to put a sign out and try to recruit patients. I know that, primary care try to, when they're building their patient load, find a right balance. Obviously, you don't want all complex cases, because then you would never see everybody in a timely fashion. The other issue, Mayor, is the fact that Healthcare Connect has a bad image out there. Because you hear people say all the time that it's, I've sat on there for years, and that goes to the fact that there's not enough investment to primary care to then make it work. But as you can see, the province is using Healthcare Connect now as the barometer. And what I will suggest, and I know we have an MPP roundtable coming up in the months ahead, is the fact that I really believe the Ontario government needs to properly advertise. First of all, do a course correction on Healthcare Connect, that yes, the system may have had its flaws and may have been broken in the past, but it is coming up as the program in which they're using, and it's your best interest to get on there. And I think there needs to be an advertising campaign. I watched the Super Bowl and I saw so many ads about Build or Protect Ontario and Ring of Fire, and that's great. We all read the newspaper and know that's going on, but rather spend those tax dollars at the provincial level to actually give some productive information to residents to say, look, we're solving this healthcare issue on the primary care front, and Healthcare Connect is the way to go. So that's a long-winded way of saying I would like to see that as the first stop, but not the only stop, so that they still have a little bit of flexibility in terms of orphan patients in the area that require primary care. But I don't want Healthcare Connect to be neglected, because again, like I've said in other meetings, if the province just uses what's on the list from 2025, that'll be evaporated, but that's not going to address the problem. And if we're encouraging people to get on it, that creates a true picture. Our recruitment manager has some ideas of what the need is out there, and I think a lot of it is anecdotal, where Healthcare Connect is actually going to give you a true metric, whether it's us or whether it's the Ontario government. You got to have a true metric to then measure that result.
And I guess, and that's we should move on, but I just, I think Healthcare Connect does pay each doctor for taking a patient off the Healthcare Connect list. So there's got to be some type of disconnect that some doctors don't want to use it, but that's a discussion.
Yeah, so I would say that that wouldn't be mutually exclusive, the Healthcare Connect, but it should be a factor to be considered before they move on to just general advertisement for patients.
So the amendment, did count?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, go.
And just a few comments onto that. I guess for me, I feel confused because I see 5 doctors yesterday advertising for new patients. Have we done such a good job that we don't need to do anymore? How would we know? We really don't know. Between Healthcare Connect, what do we know? We don't really know. Have we met what we need to? When I see 5 doctors, 4 are WellMed pharmacy doctors, 1 is Canopton Pharmacy, they all are looking to roster patients. I feel like we need to know where we're at before we know where we're going.
Okay.
That's kind of my thought on that.
Okay, so let's receive or vote on the amending motion. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. And then vote to receive this. All in favor? Carried. 5.8A, I think that was pulled by Garnet? Or Councillor Thompson? Yes. Got Councillor Thompson, sorry.
That's the only concern I have with it, because I sat on the original board of the health unit before it amalgamated.
Oh, okay, sorry, I need a seconder on that for Garnet's Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I sat on the board before they amalgamated, and when the province agreed to amalgamate, or we sort of agreed, we were forced into it, there was certainly the speculation there would be no increase in budgeting once it amalgamated. Where I'm concerned, sort of in the 26 budget, but in the 27 budget, they're expecting a 24.56% increase. And that's on, we think the police was bad. This is 24% increase. So I think we need to be, at this point, starting to get something back to the amalgamated board and saying, you need to look at your future budgets or this budget period, because the next 3 years after that, it's 9.5 or 9.4, 9.5, and 8.6. So I certainly, I don't know how to approach it, is that we got to get back to the health board and saying, your future plans are not sustainable. So I don't know what we can do there.
Anybody else wants to speak on this? Councillor Henderson?
Yes, thank you. I just want to go back to what I had mentioned earlier, and I'm just going to do that because Councillor Chatton is here. But with respect to their budget that they have sent, again, we look at professional and contract services, and they're not being transparent about what it is they are spending. They will not detail a dollar amount. I'm not asking for names. I'm not asking for companies. I'm asking for dollar amounts. How much are you spending on legal fees? You know, things like that. And then we have this other expense category for $59,792, so $60,000. And again, you know, a very generalized, it's just for, program materials that don't fit well with the other program material budget item. So to me, I have problems with the transparency factor, and I really feel like it makes me question what's being hidden here. Is something being hidden? Is it not? I mean, we certainly have to be transparent in our numbers, and I expect they will do the same. And I think it's a really sad day that I may have to very well go and file a Freedom of Information request to get the information to provide to our taxpayers. So, I'm with you, Councillor Thompson. I think that we need to really have a look at this. I think we really need to dig down on it. And as I mentioned, I'll be bringing up an amendment coming up shortly on this. Thank you.
Anybody else on this? Okay, all in favor? Carried. So if I'm right, this should bring us to proposed base budget adjustments. Any questions on that before we go into the operating issues? So I just wanted to see you move away from the computer, that's why. Just go back and sit down. Okay, we'll start on page 1. Proposed base budgets. We're going to send it to be approved. Moved by Councillor Thompson, Councillor Enright Miller. Discussion. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so a little bit ahead of myself. 5A11, operating budget issues. So we will start at B1 to B5. And so there's nothing on. Okay. Seeing nothing there, we'll move to D1. Okay, and D1, 2. Councillor Carr?
Thank you. I have an amendment, and the clerk has a copy. I'll read the amendment. Whereas pursuant to Section 54 of the Community Safety and Policing Act, which states that upon reviewing the estimates, the municipality shall establish an overall budget for the municipal board for the purpose described in clauses 1A and 1B. And in doing so, the municipality is not bound to adopt the estimates submitted by the municipal board. Therefore, the Council of the Corporation of the City of Belleville does set the police board budget to an increase of 7.86%, or $2,265,609, which is a total sum of $259,109 for the 2026 operating year.
Seconded by Councillor Brown. Discussion? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know that, I appreciate what the police board provided and the chief provided today. And, it's no different than any other internal department. They're all facing stressors and budgets trying to make ends meet with a limited amount of funds. And we have to make sure that we have precision on every tax dollar. And the one thing that I heard today was the fact that, overall, the police service is adhering to the Community Safety and Policing Act and is providing adequate and effective policing. And now there are variations, but I didn't hear anything that's to the level that the Inspector General of Policing would be investigating that they're not meeting those levels. The survey that was completed following the release of the draft budget, it was clear, and it was pointed out in the Director of Finance's presentation, that the police consistently was singled out due to rising costs and subsequent tax impacts. And that would align to the town hall that Councillor Brown and I had in terms of residents commenting about the dollar figure. And when particularly in this environment, in this economic times, every dollar counts. Going to the grocery store and paying those common bills is taking people more and more. And another bill coming forward, we have to make sure that we're keeping that in mind. The other side of it too, and it was in a report here where staff presented the draft budget internally, but then once the police budget came in, staff had to reconvene and recalibrate and start looking at service level reductions. And so some of the things that are being proposed are going to add expenses onto people in other areas, or we're going to be taking things away. And when the level of service goes down, and to highlight a couple of examples is, the issue with our sports field and contracts, not having those contracts for any major repairs. Our sports fields win awards. They attract sport organizations from all over Ontario and across Canada come here. So the economic derivative of them spending money while they're here, we get the rental revenue that comes with it. That's going to start to be neglected. And when you start having levels of service that change, then you start bringing in decay to your community. And a healthy, vibrant, economically viable community is determined by many variables, not just policing. And We did get some answers to some questions. There's an email that came in from the police board, and their total salary, benefits, pension, so total employee obligations sits at 29.2 million. And so, you know, this proposal that I have here, this amendment that I have here, is certainly not, you know, trimming them down to what internal departments had to meet. It's still well above that, but at half of their request, it at least is bringing it into somewhat of a reasonable range, and they will meet their contractual obligations. They will have to address those issues. The other side of it is this, and I know they touched on the fact that they have hiring plans, they didn't work out, they recalibrated the money, and that's fair, and we can't get into all that. But when they're adding to that base budget, but they're not hiring to the front line, and I've been here a while, we've been seeing the same story every year with a compounding aspect of an increase to the base budget and then a new ask on hiring, but the hiring never comes through. And I appreciate that some of that was allocated to civilian hiring, and I think that's a cost-effective move. It's certainly a lot more inexpensive than a frontline officer. They're just different pay scales. But there needs to be some type of fiscal accountability that comes with it. And as it's written in the responses from the board, and it's peppered in their responses several times, they are meeting their legal requirements. It's been said more than once. So, and I understand the expression of concern and long-term sustainability. I think they would be remiss to not think of that, but all our staff do that internally. But they also understand that it has to be a balance between that sustainability and affordability. And at the end of the day, we're asking the taxpayers to pay more, and in this case, exponentially more. And then when you're looking at the compounding factor, over the last 5 years, a 62% increase in that budget line. Now, if that was presented internally, we would be sending staff back to do some very hard work. And I recall not too long ago in an annual budget, because we needed numbers to move down, we asked staff to stay and work the numbers for the next day. And staff stayed late into the evening and maybe even into the next morning to try to find those numbers. The mayor had sent the police budget back for a re-review, and thank you for that courtesy. But other than saying, here's the budget and this is what we need, there's no evidence that there was any kind of problem solving to try to trim this down or to look for even, I would even accept the token measure that you tried. But the minutes of the meeting are basically that this is what it is and we're going to send it right back the way it is. And, you know, I understand it's a tough job, but every one of them that applied for the job, no one asked them or pulled them off the street and said, you must do this work. They've applied. And with that comes the responsibility, with it comes the risk, but you know what you're getting into. It's tough work, but I could probably go around the room and point to other people that have just equally tough work. But the fact of the matter is, I've heard it resounding from taxpayers that their request is unsustainable, unaffordable, and it must fall in line with what we're expecting with other internal departments and something that they can reasonably swallow, and this they can't, hence my amendment. Thank you. And I would ask for a recorded vote, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. If I could just have some clarity, the 50% that Councillor Carr is proposing to cut that by, is that just for the administrative costs regarding salary and benefits, et cetera, or was that the overall impact of the 3.28% that it represented?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. It is the entire amount of the budget. So instead of the 15% and whatever, it's half of that, so 7.86%, or, and I'll give you the dollar figure, instead of the 4.5 that they're asking, it's $2,265,609, which if you're doing the math, and we have great finance staff that will correct my math, I'm sure, which is the total sum for the entire budget of, instead of their request, it would be $31,259,109.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add my comments as Vice Chair of the Police Services Board. We talk a lot about adequate and effective policing and what that means. And under the Ontario Police Services Act, municipalities are required to provide adequate and effective policing services. It's not a symbolic phrase, it's not an option, it's a legal standard. And we had a lot of discussion here about whether we're meeting those requirements, and I can tell you, and every day that the police services open up their doors, and they don't open their doors every day because the doors are always open 24/7, 365, as an analogy, they want to be in compliance. But things can pull those officers away at any given time, day or night, to make them non-compliant. So it's an ebb and flow. So yes, we are in compliance generally, like every other municipality, but they get pulled in every different direction. So having said that, we haven't been taken to task on that compliancy. Hopefully we never will, but that's, I think the toe is dipped in two pools as far as compliancy goes. But the Act makes clear that adequate and effective policing includes, at its foundation, the delivery of core policing services. And Heather outlined them for us, so I'm not going to go back through them. But adequate means sufficient, enough to meet the needs of the community, which means enough officers, enough supervision, enough investigative capacity, enough specialized support, enough equipment and infrastructure to respond at any hour, in any weather, to any crisis. Effective means capable of producing the intended result. It means that when someone calls 911, help arrives. It's when crimes are investigated thoroughly and professionally. It means victims are supported. It means public demonstrations remain peaceful. It means that during emergencies, whether mental health, crisis, violent incidents, missing persons, or disasters, we have the ability to respond decisively and competently. Adequate and effective policing is not simply about reacting to crime, it's about preventing crime. They are in our neighborhoods, they are in our schools, working with social services, hospitals, ensuring that the most vulnerable in our community are not left behind. That's a whole nother layer of policing that's been put onto our force. I know this percentage is high. I know that it's higher than any other percentage in the budget. It's an ebb and flow. We could be here next year and it could be internal budgets that are higher and we'd be looking. But this budget is what it is. I've heard it as well from our constituents that it's a hard pill to swallow. You talked about erosion. If we lessen this budget, we will have some erosion. Things will have to get cut. Things will happen in our community that we will not like, and they will be coming after us for those sorts of things. And I honestly, and I feel for it too, we're all paying this, but I will not support a reduction in what's been presented. I've been at the table. It did come back to us, and it came back at the same amount because there was nothing to cut. It had already been cut. And unfortunately, there's been a lot of cuts leading up to this year that we're making up for. And policing is expensive. And it's what it costs in 2026, unfortunately. So I thank you, Councillor Carr, and you make wonderful points on that side of it, but there's also the other side, and I just wanted to say that, and I can't support the amendment.
Thank you. I'm in support of the amendment. And look at, and as you can tell from my questions this morning, specifically as it comes to the court security and transportation cost. I respect the fact that the Deputy Chief indicated that the OPP prisoner transport model is different here than it is in other areas of. That said, however, as Ms. Meeks also pointed out, was 60% of the individuals being transported are from the Belleville area, which means that 40% are not. And I do believe that there is an opportunity to take that away and revisit it with the surrounding municipalities where they are housing themselves in Prince Edward County, in Quinte West, in Napanee and Tyendinaga, and at the Quinte Detention Center. So to me, take it back and look at, can we achieve a lesser number, particularly in that particular category? And I respect the fact that we've We've talked to, the Solicitor General's office, and we've talked with OPP, and we've talked with, I don't think we're done yet, and I think we need the judiciary to assist with that. But at the very least, the amendment will afford them, the Belleville Police Service, the opportunity to work with our finance team and identify this is what can be reduced, and here are the risks. Additionally, and I think it's really important in terms of what we heard from Heather Smith, the chair for the Police Services Board, is that a driver to this in terms of the police force was the fact that during the strategic planning session, there was a lot of indication as people wanted to see more policing. But I think, as Councillor Carr pointed out earlier, it's really fair to say, when people asked for that, do they really understand what the impact, what the cost is going to be? And the garbage bag tag was a perfect example. When you tell people that the bag tag's going to go up, but it's free somewhere else, well, it's not free, it's buried in the cost. And when you highlight to them, well, you can do it with a tag, or this is the implication to your taxes, and they go, no, 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 no. It makes it much easier if people understand what the impact is. So in fairness to Chair Smith, she did acknowledge they need to do a better job of communication, and it's a priority coming forward in 26. But we're dealing with a budget right now that has tremendous taxpayer influence. It was not at all lost on me when I read the survey feedback, and I read it in one fell swoop, so that was almost painful. But it was over and over and over and over again that the residents were telling us that it's just too big, it's too much. At the town hall, where we probably, between virtual and in the room, had upwards of 50 to 60 people who were providing a commentary on the 1/4 of the entire city, loud and clear, loud, is they don't want to deal with a 15+% increase. So I think this is the right opportunity to listen to our constituents, the people who elected us, that they're saying it's too much, then we have to try and find some place of compromise. And I believe that the amendment that's on the floor will do that. Thank you.
I've listened to the discussion mostly from Councillor Carr this morning. Lots of questions were asked, and I think the police answered most of them truthfully. They may not have had the exact details that anybody was looking for, but they answered them pretty specifically. Am I agreeable on a 16% increase? No, I'm not. But I'm looking at the police actual, and one of our past mayors made a comment the other morning, or on the radio, said even if there was a monetary deduction, that he could see that. But to ask for a $2-some million decrease, in my estimation, is ridiculous. I can see looking back and say, look, send it back, give us a $500,000 or $1 million reduction someplace. But to take this budget and send it back for $2 million is, in my estimation, is not right. We have a police force, and Councillor Brown said something about the funding for the courthouse. Well, yeah, we can think about that, but we don't know that for at least another year. So presume they're going to be able to take that out. And if they can't, guess what's going to happen? They're going to run over budget. And who's going to pay then? We are. We're going to pay next year for the over budget plus the new budget, and it's going to entail more increase. So unless I can get some specific where that can be cut, I cannot go for $2-some million. We need a police force. We debated going OPP many years ago. That got defeated. We have a police force that probably most places would die to have. Do we have some extras? Yes, we do. But when you got the concerns out there in our community, I wouldn't want to be a policeman for all the tea in China right now. Because boy, oh boy, they're going out there in the street, and you never know. They're going to a drug bust, and look in the newspaper in the last number of drug busts they've had. the paperwork they must have to go through, the manpower they have to go through. But to cut it short, I can't even think about going with the amendment. I'm sorry, Councillor Carr, that number you picked is just, for me, out of sight.
Councillor Chatton.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I've got two questions. One is for finance, if, through you, please. The tax increase matrix, what would that look like at the proposed 1.64% if that were the adjustment made across the board?
And I guess while you're thinking of that,
My second quick
Yeah.
question is just, how much was the armored vehicle representing in terms of a dollar figure that they had proposed as part of the plan? I'm sorry?
I'll do the vehicle to Barb.
Thank you.
It's $100,000 in the budget, and $107,000 was donated.
Okay, thank you.
And it was in lieu of another vehicle. I mean, in the roster of a fleet.
Okay, good segue, you've got it. Go.
Through the chair to Councillor Chatton, the reduction is approximately 1.64% on the tax levy. They vary across portfolios. Rural is not hit to the same extent. So those tax percentages would vary between the tables, between 3.55 and 5.42% would be the new tax rate increases on the tables. That's inclusive of Hastings County estimate adjustments.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you, I appreciate it.
And I guess I just, process-wise, so if this succeeds and we send it back, and they say they can't find it, and then they send it back to us, then do we have a choice to send it to the arbitrator? Or do they send it to, and I guess if that happens, what do we bill now as opposed to the length of time that takes? And I don't know if you would know that answer, or if you would know that answer. Any of it? You go?
I'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you guys send a bill
Anyone
out, right?
Can jump in as well. But to the chair and all of council, there's within the act, there's a dispute resolution. So if council were to make the amendment and reduce and send the police budget back to the police service board at a lesser amount than their requested estimate, there's a dispute resolution either through conciliation or arbitration. It would be on the police service board to identify and either send back if they're able to work within the budget estimate that's provided, and if they're not, we move into the dispute resolution. Can look at having conciliation if mutually agreed, or the police service board can move straight to arbitration. Those both coming with timelines. We are looking, back from the presentation, at bringing tax bylaws till the April 13th. So we bring those with the budget as adopted, given any amendments, vetoes, etc. And then we would levy the bills, and they would be out in May. If there was a difference, it would be brought back, and we would need, through arbitration or conciliation, that would potentially happen after that. We would need to find a way to fund any differential for an increase.
So what you're saying is if we weren't successful at that, we'd have arbitration fees, or there'd obviously be fees for representation. But if it came back even higher, which is a possibility, you would have to submit a tax bill an interim, or like in September or whatever, do you have enough to bury that much, or would you?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Through the chair, that's maybe not the terminology.
Yeah, so, I mean.
That.
So worst case, they reduce it, everything's good. If it comes back and it's at that, what do we do?
If we came back to the stage where it was identified that the budget needed to be reinstated or changed to a different amount that was higher than the amount that was provided through council, we would need to come up with a funding mechanism that would depend on the amount, whether we had sufficient funding available to float that funding through a reserve, or send out a supplementary tax bill to the constituents.
Okay, thanks.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do we have to, if it goes to arbitration, is there lawyers involved?
Through the chair.
Sorry.
There'd be costs on both sides, and ultimately the police service board budget comes to council, so irony of ironies, the taxpayer would foot the bill for both.
Okay, back on track. You're going to close. I have Councillor Anderson still, right? Okay, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, through you. Sorry, I got sidetracked here. I just want to say that I spent 4 years as the vice chair in the same position that Councillor Enright Miller is in, from 2018 to 2022. And I really do support the Belleville Police Service. I'm probably the councillor that spoke out most about the hiring complement because the need is real. The 111 that they're asking for, I understand. But it's not about what I feel or what I think. It's about what has been relayed to me by my residents, my taxpayers. And I really feel that although if it were up to me, I would be in favor of the budget as written, I simply can't take my feelings into account. The taxpayers to me have spoken, and you know, if there's maybe a less aggressive way to do this, you know, maybe we have 4 officers per year over 4 years, 16 officers, that might be a little bit easier to digest. So with that in mind, I am going to support Councillor Carr's motion, although it does pain me to do it. I am going to support his amendment to the motion, just simply because, as I said, taxpayers to me have spoken and they just don't want it. They just don't want it that high, and I have to honor what they've said to me.
Okay, anybody else? I'll just add my, I guess not 2 cents because we don't have pennies anymore, but my nickel. Again, any budget increase is not something that I like. This is not anything that I can swallow without choking, I guess. But I sit on 2 boards, and I have a duty of care with the police board, and then I have to come back here, and this is kind of where the whole governance structure is, I feel, broken at this level. We had it at the hospital board. They kicked the mayors off. I was one of the first to leave. The province did that. I don't know if we'll see that coming down the road, but I know where the pinch points are now, where they're at, what the complement of, and I can't even talk about some of the stuff that I know, I guess, in the sense of how the city's protected. And I think that, unfortunately, I will have to support the budget due to the fact that it's my duty of care. And I'll leave it at that, and I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, the vice chair of the board said just a few minutes ago that there have been cuts in past years. I've been in this place for 12 consecutive years now. This is my 12th budget, and I don't recall there ever being cuts or a reduction in the police budget. In fact, you know, my math suggests that even in the last 5 years, it's increased 62%. So if there's been cuts, they certainly have not been monetary. I know that the 2.2 million seems like a drastic reduction, but let's not lose sight of the fact that the 4.5 million is a drastic request. And so you have to kind of balance off that. And I understand there's many mechanisms to policing. It's not just the front line. And quite frankly, whether I see a police officer or not doesn't make me safer in my community. It's what they may be doing that I don't see. And that's fair. But at the same token is that we've asked everybody, all other organizations, to come in at a reasonable amount. And this is beyond the council guidelines, and I didn't support the 5%, but the majority did. It's beyond triple the council guideline. This amendment here still puts it well over and head above neck of everybody else on, or head above shoulders on anybody else, any other organization in terms of the request. So I think this is reasonable in that there's a balance here. The other thing I want to say too is that this is my questions today and the debate here today has nothing to do with the criticism of the frontline officers that are doing the public safety work day in and day out. And if you'll notice, Mayor, that most of my questions were, and I tried as best as I could to steer my questions to the board chair, because really this comes down to budget and it comes down to oversight. And that falls squarely on the lap of the Police Service Board as per the Act, and that's where that accountability lies. And so I commend the work that's done day in and day out. I know that it's hard work. I know that it's taxing physically, mentally, emotionally. That is not lost on me. However, we do have a duty of fiscal responsibility, and I feel that this is undertaking that role.
On the amendment, recorded vote.
Councillor Enright Miller,
No.
Councillor Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Sue,
No.
Councillor Thompson,
No.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Chatton,
No.
Mayor Ellis.
No.
The motion failed by 5, Your Worship.
Councillor Carr?
Thank you. Can we then, D12, have a vote on the request as is presented?
Yep, we're going to do the original motion.
And
now.
I'll do a recorded vote as well,
Okay,
please.
back to the original motion.
Mover and seconder, Your Worship.
Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Enright Miller.
Councillor Henderson,
No.
Councillor Sue,
Yes.
Councillor Thompson,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Councillor Chatton,
No.
Councillor Enright Miller,
Yes.
Mayor Ellis.
Yes.
Carried by 5, Your Worship.
Next, D2, so we'll do D1 down to, say, D26. Okay, how about we just say D1 all the way down to D15?
Point of order,
Yes.
Your Honor, excuse me. The last count, can we verify again? You said it was carried by 5. There's 7 of us voting here in the room, and I heard 4 that said no. I apologize.
4-4 tie vote.
There's
Oh, 7?
8.
So there's 8.
There's 8 of you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell time yesterday, so.
For negative was Councillor Brown, Councillor Carr, and Councillor Henderson. In favor was Councillor Chatton, Councillor Enright Miller, Councillor Sue, Councillor Thompson, and Mayor Ellis. I'm sorry, I voted,
Councillor Chatton voted no. So
my
it's
apologies.
It's
Thank
4-4.
you.
It's
I just-
4-4, it lost.
To clarify, I did vote no because I felt that there was another solution that may have been able to be arrived at. It may not have been the amendment, but it may have been something else that we could have come to, but it was defeated.
Okay,
My
4-4 tie.
apologies.
Okay, thanks. So we're at all of Ds now. If there's anybody who wants to pull anything from D1 to D15. Councillor Henderson? Yeah, Category 2 Special Body Boards. So anybody on that? No, we will move now to D3. So D3-1 to D3-8. Councillor Henderson, which one? Sorry?
D38 Health Unit.
8th, okay. Anybody else on anything? Okay, you're up.
Thank you, through you. I did want to make an amendment to this. Correct me on wording if need be, but I wanted to actually send this back to the health unit at a 3% as opposed to a 5% increase for the reasons I listed previously, and if I need to list them again, I can.
I'll
Okay,
second that if you need a seconder.
Second by Councillor Chatton. Okay, discussion. You've discussed. Anybody else to add to this? I guess my question to you is, if we send it back unsuccessfully, what happens? And how long a time? I guess it's not a huge amount that would affect a billing cycle.
Through the chair and to all of council, this was also undertaken last year as well, where a budget amount was adjusted due to our legislative responsibilities. The billings were still provided accordingly and payments required. So we basically ran a deficit and needed to cover the funding.
Okay.
The same would likely apply.
Could I have a recorded vote too, please?
Yep.
Yes, yeah, thanks.
Okay, let's, anybody else discuss? All in favor, recorded vote.
My apologies, Your Worship. This is to send it back to the
Send it
health
back for reduction of percentage, wasn't there? Was the,
Yeah, a reduction to 3%, so less 2%.
Councillor Sue?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Councillor Chatton?
Yes.
Councillor Enright Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Henderson?
Yes.
Mayor Ellis?
yes.
Carried by 8, Your Worship.
With that, then we'll go to D4-1 to D4-3. Oh, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. D42, I'd like to make an amendment. And that's related to primary care recruitment. And my amendment is that the budget amount for primary care recruitment be amended to remove property taxes as a revenue source. Clerk has a copy of the motion. I'll speak to it if I have a seconder.
Okay, seconded by Enright Miller, and discussion, Councillor Sue. Oh, yeah, okay, you moved, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so we got it moved, we got it seconded, and go.
Thank you. I'm almost becoming an expert in primary care recruitment, and that's not my intent. Quite simply, it was discussed at the town hall meeting. Again, I appreciate the residents that attend. It gives me a good barometer to understand the thought process of residents out there. And while on first blush, they, of course, think that doctor recruitment's great, and I have to commend you, Mayor Ellis, for bringing that program in. You were the first mayor to do that, and at a time when the province was doing nothing, that program took off and flourished and met a need, and I think, quite frankly, we would be in worse shape had that program not been there. And I know we've had the opportunity to use the lexicon funds or other revenue sources that we're not taxing the property owner. But we're now at that stage where we've got to make a decision. And I think the red line for me and many residents, you know, I explained in terms of primary care, we all pay provincial income taxes that go to health care and go to primary care. And in addition to that, Mary, you'll recall that the provincial government, I'm not sure under what premier, but they brought in the Ontario health tax as a supplement income tax related to health. And subsequent governments, up into and including the current provincial government, has kept that embedded tax in there. So not only are you paying on your primary income tax, but you're paying a supplementary health tax. And so I think Ontarians are contributing quite handsomely to healthcare, and then of course then there's the federal transfer payments that occur as part of the Constitution. But the fact is that we've heard time and time again, and today even in a report in big bold letters it says that it's not municipal responsibility. And while I think we still have ways and means to provide funding to that file, if we need to course correct and adjust, I think that that red line is not adding it to the tax base, because now you're asking residents to basically pay for health care through their federal income tax, through their provincial income tax, and now you're asking them to put it on their property taxes. And once that goes on the property taxes, unless there's someone around this table that would suggest that that come out, then that becomes part of the base. And then we continually tax for primary recruitment from property tax owners. And I think that's just a little too far. And now, not only are we in the healthcare business, but we're now taxing on the healthcare business. And I think that that's a slippery slope. So basically, and I'll look to the finance director if he needs me to correct some of my wording, but basically, I don't want property taxes being utilized for the purpose of that. And if it shortchanges that portfolio by several dollars, because I think the nominal amount was $77,000 or something like that. So it's not a lot. It's more the principle of the fact that if we start down that road of property taxes, we're going to embed it in there, and it's not our responsibility. And I'd ask for a recorded vote, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I wholeheartedly concur with Councillor Carr on this. The program that we have is incredibly valuable. The work that that Ms. Post has done has been phenomenal for our region. That said, I do strongly believe that how we continue to accept responsibility and where we place the funding for that, it has major implications for upcoming years. It has major implications in the now for people that are already struggling. If there's some way that we can create even parameters around how long we're going to foot the bill on this while the province figures out how they're going to take accountability and retake this issue so that we don't have to carry this as a municipality, I believe that's the way to go. So I really strongly support that amendment. It should never become part of the tax base. We need to move away from that and start looking at other solutions. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
So, big question is, where's the money going to come from? I get that question answered, then I'll answer the rest.
I'll send that to the treasurer.
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson. We do have some amendments coming up as well for Hastings County. There's some additions to or updates to the estimates that we previously had funding sources being the automated speed enforcement residual funding associated with that program. There should be sufficient funding to cover the adjustment and then readjust accordingly the financing strategy.
And I don't disagree with the philosophy, but I'm going to tell you one right now. There's only one taxpayer. You can take it out whatever pocket you want, and it's going to come out of one taxpayer. So we can play the cards all we want and take it out of there, but if we get it from someplace else, we can't spend it there. Only one taxpayer, remember that, folks.
Councillor Enright Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to Director Ferguson, if we utilize the ASE money, that we only have 1 year for that left. Is that correct, or do we have subsequent years after that?
Through the chair to Councillor Enright Miller. The program has ceased, but there is still some collection activity ongoing. So Hastings County did identify that they expect some revenue allocations to continue with that. Originally, we had estimated that there would be no revenues after it was stopped in late 2025. So there would be some funding there that we would draw upon that would supplement the existing funding strategy, but it would be one time.
Recorded vote.
Okay, so we're voting, anybody else on this? Do you want to go again? I just got a couple of things to add, and I guess, and I agree all, and I respect everybody's opinion on this, but what I'm hearing, I guess, is maybe we should consider maybe not doing doctor recruitment anymore, and I don't know if that's the message I'm reading. I think maybe in the report that we asked for Karen to do, is to sit back and take a second look at this and just say, do we want to get out of doctor recruitment altogether? And if that's what I'm hearing, then that's maybe something we should discuss at a meeting. So go to you now.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I understand that there's recruitment activities planned in this budget, and I'm not suggesting that those be removed. Through you to the Director of Finance, the amount that's actually taxable to go into that portfolio is how much?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, the current increase for the budget, the incremental amount is $77,900. The total tax funding for the doctor recruitment portfolio as a whole is $186,900.
Okay, so, but, the second question then, through you, Mayor, to the director, then what's the total portfolio amount? So if you said 186, what's the total amount using other revenue sources?
The total, through the chair to Councillor Carr, the total amount spent on the doctor recruitment expenditures is 1.44 million.
Okay, so Mayor, the 1.44 million is through several revenue sources. So I'm not suggesting that those be touched, so the program can continue. And I'm not suggesting that we turn the tap right off, because I think we're in a transition period. Again, the province is now putting billions of dollars in, and there's more rounds of funding coming. Ontario, Hastings Prince Edward Ontario Health Team got 4.5 million. That's rolling out. I know the Community Health Center has started to advertise for positions, and so they're going to start rostering people, and this is round one. There's other rounds coming, hence the reason why we need everybody on Healthcare Connect, because then that shows the true picture, and then the province can turn around and use that as a barometer, say this is how much money we have. So I'm not saying for a minute that we eliminate. I'm saying right now that we don't use property taxes to fund it. So if that means there's a little less in the budget because of that, then so be it, and work within what we have through ASE and all the rest of it. So there's a continuation of those recruitment efforts. We can continue to recruit, but we're just drawing the line at property taxes, and then we can have the bigger discussion down the road as to whether or not we're in or out or how it works. But I think the most important thing is we're working over here. The Ontario Health Team gave us a presentation. They've gone away. Now they have money. What are they doing? We don't know. Have we had conversations with the Ministry of Health? We've exchanged letters, but we don't know. But we're all trying to do the same thing, and we've got 3 different silos not talking to each other. So this is an opportunity to recalibrate there. All I'm saying is the red line is no property taxes. And then at the end of the day, whatever's left in that portfolio, you recruit this year with what's left in that portfolio.
And I just got a question to the treasurer to clarify. So basically, I know Karen's been working on about 5 right now, positions. What money, if we cancel this, would we have for next year? I guess, what's her limit? Because if this goes through, we're gonna have to have a limit or a discussion on how many we want to go, which we could have that discussion for another day. But without that, should she be bothered tracking the 5 that she has now?
To the chair, the current 5 would be likely within the budget parameters. The request or the additional funding was 4 doctors, 2 specialists. That total funding complement would just total enough to cover 5
Okay.
recruitments.
Sounds good. Okay, okay, it's the amending motion we're voting on, right? Yeah. All in favor? Recorded, okay.
Councillor Sue?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
No.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Councillor Chatton?
Yes.
Councillor Enright Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Henderson?
Yes.
Mayor Ellis? Carried by 6, Your Worship.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'd like to, a point of order again, and I apologize to the clerk. I
As long as you're calling on the point, not me.
No, I need to go back to D12, police. We did the amendment, which failed on a 5-3. Then we did the main motion, and it split 4-4. We indicated it was carried, but when there's a split 4-4, I'm asking for clarification, does it not fail?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Brown, my apologies. I did identify after that clarification that it did lose. So at the moment, there is no decision on 912.
So therefore, our next step on that is both failed, which means that we have no approval or no indication on the police services budget. So do we not have to return and revisit what to do with that?
Didn't that, so.
The main motion was 4-4?
The amendment failed, and then it tied and lost on a tie, the original motion. So there is no current decision.
So that was the amending. Let's take a break for recess. 10 minutes. Could we have quiet, please? Quiet in the audience. Go, Councilor Brown.
I would like to make an amendment on the motion for D12, the police budget. I'd like to amend it to 10%, which would result in the 5% reduction in the amount that's been proposed.
Seconded by
I will.
Councilor Sutton? Okay. Discussion? Call a vote? I assume, I was just going to say that.
Councillor Thompson?
No.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Chatton?
No.
Councillor Enright? I'm sorry, that was a no. My apologies. Councillor Enright Miller?
No.
Councillor Henderson? Councillor Sue?
No.
Mayor Alice?
No.
Failed by 6, Your Worship.
Okay, we're at D5, I believe. We finished D4 to 4.3. Nobody on cybersecurity questions? Oh, Councilor Thompson?
So that one lost. So we're back, so what is our recourse now then?
No recourse, we'll just move and it gets passed in the budget.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Cybersecurity, anybody? Nope. Okay. D7-1 and D7-2. D7-3, and I'll leave that to itself. Councilor Carr.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment with a recorded vote. The amendment, and the clerk has a copy, that the waste management bag tag increase of 50 cents be removed as additional revenue.
Seconder?
Seconder, Councilor Chapman. Discussion, Councilor Carr.
Thank you. I recognize it's only 50 cents, but again, the survey from residents was clear that they weren't interested in an increase. And this is a reminder every week as you're buying bag tags that there's a little bit more. And we wouldn't really even be looking at this if it wasn't for the fact that we've got an external agency that's come in so high. This is a tax relief measure that's been introduced for that purpose, additional revenue because of that. And so I think that we need to just maintain it as is and at least give the residents a break, as minimal as it is, give them a break on the fact that there's an additional user pay.
Okay, moving to second discussion. Any more on this? Councilor Enright Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to Manager Ferguson. If we remove that, where would we find that? What would it do to the overall picture? We're just going to have to add the 259,000 to the overall?
Through the chair to Councillor Enright Miller, yes, that would go back on as tax funding, so we'd be up to 5.24 on Belleville Urban and 7.19 on Campton Rural to Urban.
Okay, any other questions? Record a vote.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Councillor Chatton?
No.
Councillor Enright Miller?
No.
Councillor Henderson?
Yes.
Councillor Sue?
No.
Councillor Thompson?
No.
Mayor Ellis?
Yes.
Lost by 5, Your Worship.
So that was up. Okay, yeah, so we'll move all the way down to D7, 4 to 9. Anybody? Okay, let's go to D710 to D710 to D715. Councillor Carr?
Thank you. D715, I'd like to make an amendment. I have an amending motion. The clerk has a copy. That the service level reduction of sports field contract work in the amount of $25,000 be removed from the 2026 operating budget. I'll speak to it.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. When I look at, and I appreciate the fact that staff, again, were being creative, and this is a tax relief measure that come in again because of external agency. But the contract work is necessary when there are major failures on our sports fields. Our sports fields are certainly recognized across the province. We have staff that win awards. We attract all types of different tournaments that come into the area, and because of that reputational value that we have that. And when we do have user groups that come in, they're having that economic spin-off. So to save $25,000 on a budget line, what are you going to lose in, number one, rental fees, because suddenly your fields aren't up to standard, and so we're going to go somewhere else. And so you're going to lose that revenue. And then the other side of it is when we have major tournaments coming in, they're not having hotel stays, restaurant visits, and all that other economic spin-off. So the cost associated with removing the $25,000, and I appreciate staff are shaking the trees for everything possible that can fall out, and I commend them for that. It's unfortunate that you were put in that position, but here is an example where if we leave that in there, the cost is definitely going to be a lot higher than the few dollars we're going to save. And I'd ask for a recorded vote on that, please.
Councillor Chatton?
Thank you. Through you. So the maintenance still has to be done. If that was going to be footed by the city of Belleville itself, is that the alternative to having the contract work? And if that's the case, what expenditure would we be expecting from city staff?
Director Reed?
Through the chair to Councillor Chatton. This line item for contract work fulfills some of our maintenance requirements. So if you have like a ball diamond or a soccer field and the fence is damaged by various reasons, a tree falls on it or a vandalism or something, that's where that repair comes out of. It's not necessarily a capital expense that we would come here annually. So it would be a reduction, and I mean, there's only so much money that's in that account. So if we were to run out of funds within an account, we would have to close a field potentially, and wait until the next fiscal.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Councillor Chatton?
No.
Councillor Enright Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Henderson?
Yes.
Councillor Sue?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Mayor, Councillor Chatton? Oh, no, sorry. Mayor Ellis?
Yes.
Carried by 7, Your Worship.
Okay. Councillor Thompson?
D16, or we got that?
Just going to start that. Unless there's anything else here on the other ones, we will go D16 right down to D24. So, Councillor Thompson, you want to speak on D16?
Yeah, D16, I'd like to move that, if I can get somebody to second it, removing the cleaning for downtown on Sunday. I feel like Sunday is as good a day as any day.
Councillor Carr will second that for you.
Okay, thank you. Good, the downtown represents our city, and to have no cleaning done on Sunday and people coming into our city, walking our streets, says, to leave it in a mess, and we got garbage every day, so I cannot see leaving our main street, the beautiful part of our main street, and not leave it clean, so I'd ask to remove that.
Next is Councilor Brown.
Thank you. I'm going to support the way it is written. As a 8-year downtown business owner that had the garbage bin directly in front of her facility, I can assure everyone that in those 8 years, I never once on a Saturday at the end of the day saw those garbage bins overflowing. In fact, we clear them Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and not once in any time during those 8 years did I ever see those garbage bins even close to being full, with the exception of on special event Saturdays. So on special event Saturdays, it's my understanding that there's special services that are put on in terms of the in-kind services, but to suspect to drop one day on a Sunday, right now is, in my mind, is a no-brainer. It is. If the bins were full, I would say yes. I've never seen the bins full in the downtown core on Front Street.
Councilor,
So
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Councilor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Director Reed. From what I understand right now, the cleaning services downtown is Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, and the recommendation in the budget, again, no fault of anything internally, but because of external pressures, the staff has suggested removing Sunday downtown cleaning service as a reduction in level of service. Can you, through you, Mayor, to Director Reed, can Director Reed give an explanation of what cleaning services is downtown? I'm assuming it's more than simply emptying the garbage bins.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Carr. The services that are provided on Sundays are debris cleanup throughout the streets, not necessarily just the bins. They do go down if there's any, debris, feces, anything that's left from overnight Saturday. It is cleaned up. And they attend to more of the bins. If there's garbage, graffiti, minor graffiti, they'll try to clean up on a Sunday.
Thank you, Director Reed. And there's this thing called the broken window theory. And, if you have one broken window today and you don't fix it, you'll have 4 tomorrow. And then it goes on. And I know in New York City with crime and things, and that's where it started from, was essentially if you clean up your downtown and if you keep it maintained, then it keeps that level. But if you start to allow things to decay and become decrepit, then that's exactly what you get. And our downtown has some mixed variables as to what may cause that. I was down for Savor the Chill on Saturday, and I actually walked by a garbage receptacle very close to where Councillor Brown formerly had her store. And in addition to garbage spilling out, there was also furniture and some other bags, and whether they were deposited from a tenant from above one of the stores, or somebody decided that that was a convenient spot versus paying the appropriate tags, we don't know. But Sunday morning, if we did not have that cleaning service, that would be there. And, as we're expecting people to come downtown, we want to make sure that we're cleaning areas that belong to the city, the sidewalks, the garbage receptacles, dealing with any graffiti or any other messes that may occur. I think, and we're talking $15,000, but reducing that level of service, again, will have financial implications in a bigger way, because then if your downtown is starting to look messy because there's a day that's skipped, and suddenly, you know what, we're not going to go down there, we're going to go somewhere else. So again, similar to the sports field, it's a very slippery slope. I appreciate Councillor Thompson for bringing this forward. I had it on my list of amendments, and I would ask for a recorded vote on that amendment.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Chatton?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So as I understand it, that the cleaning schedule currently, Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, it is not that every single day that there is a cleanup in the downtown core. Is that correct?
Director Joe, or
Before I
Director
go
Reed?
on.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Chatton, there, it should clarify, we do have a staff member that's down there Monday to Friday and on Sundays. So currently we do have Monday to Friday cleaning services downtown, and then on Sundays. So they, in addition to, to garbage and think of. They do shovel and salt walkways and different things during the winter months, so. Pardon me? Power wall at the sidewalk.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. So when it was said Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays, that was for garbage pickup specifically? Is that what I'm to understand?
Councilor, or Director Reid?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who mentioned Tuesdays. Councillor Brown mentioned that. It's Monday to Friday, and then on Sundays as well. So.
Okay, that clears up my question, because I do have concerns when it comes to the downtown on the weekends. That is the busiest time for shoppers. Most people are working Monday to Friday. Sometimes it's difficult to get down there during their own business hours. So I don't know that we want to have debris during some of the higher shopping hours. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, close it. Councilor Thompson, we'll call the vote.
Just say I thank you for people speaking up, because, we've never had so many businesses open up downtown and people moving into apartments, and to start to let it deteriorate, as Councillor Carr says, could have irreparable damage down the road. So thank you.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Chatton?
Sorry, could you please actually read what the wording is on what we are voting on? Thank you.
That the service level reduction of reduced cleaning service downtown in the amount of $15,000 be removed from the 2026 operating budget.
Thank you. My vote is no.
Councillor Enright Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Henderson?
Yes.
Councillor Sue?
No.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor Ellis?
Yes.
Carried by 5, Your Worship.
Councilor Thompson, you got your hand up again for which number?
I'm going to speak on D8 on amendments. I got a request, and I want to speak to Mr. Reid and see if he can give me some insight of what I'm looking for.
So, sorry, what number?
It'll be D8. I want to make an amendment.
That's Quinte.
Or possibly amendment.
D8.
But I want to ask a question.
Maybe I'm wrong. I got
D8, which is category council amendments.
Sorry, wait, Councilor Thompson, hold on. I'm lost here.
So what we're dealing with goes down to your
Oh, okay, so we're not there yet, Councilor Thompson, sorry. Unless, is anybody else got anything to do? I was still working through to D724, you jumped to D8.
Oh, I thought nobody else wanted to talk
Well,
about
that's
it.
why I got asked. Is
Okay.
I'm usually
Rock and roll
rushed. Okay, anybody else on to the 24? Councilor Brown, anybody else? No? Okay, Councilor Thompson? Yep,
Then we need to go that as amended.
okay.
We still might have amendments on D8.
We might have on
Wait
D8.
on
Yeah,
D8?
okay. Okay, Councilor Thompson?
Yeah, and this is more before I make any amendment or add on anything. Director Reid, I've spoke to him a couple of times. Because of the winter situation we have, I think we've all realized how many potholes are in our city. And it's going to continue with the freezing and thawing and freezing and thawing. I want to make sure that he has enough in his budget to rectify the potholes correctly over the period of time. If he has got enough, I'm happy with that, but I want to make sure that we look after our roads. I know we're building new roads and everything else, but we got to look after the roads that we got, and we need to make sure the potholes. I hit a pothole the other day, I think my whole car was going into it, going up Bridge Street.
I drove into one the other day. I just got on my car and they paved over.
Jeepers, creeper. My wife says, "Is your car still here?" Anyways, there's a question, but I'm very concerned because of the winter, and Mr. Reed has agreed, it's a certainly, so I want to make sure he's comfortable having enough money in there to repair potholes.
Do you have enough money for potholes?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Thompson. After you had mentioned it the other night at after council, I actually had an opportunity to go through our Mastro, our work order system. Quite surprisingly, we are somewhat on track. Last year, for the first 2 months of the year, we had recorded 93 potholes in our system or our database. So far this year, we're at 100. So we're just slightly above what was last year, to be quite honest with you. I think it happened very quickly, the freeze thaw. But I know under the maintenance material, we're proposed a reduction of 50,000. We had a budget of 290,000. We reduced it by 50 to meet the mandate. Our average over the last 3 years is about 250. So we should be on track with that, even with a little increase of a few more potholes. So I am comfortable with the reduction.
I'll be watching very carefully over the next while, because you're going to hit it mostly in the next 3 months. And if I hit another one, guess what?
Okay. These are some housekeeping ones, if you want to look to the board, that we don't have in the binder, and our treasurer will explain them to you or to us.
Through the chair, so just kind of, we had preluded to this during the presentation that Hastings County and Hastings County's presentation as well, that there were some updates to their estimates, which provided reductions. The total is 175,800. Those are the red highlighted ones there. So just looking for a housekeeping matter to get a council amendment on the floor to do the reduction of those Hastings County services, to amend those accordingly. And there is also, from the previous council meeting, we had an approval for 2026 for economic development skills program that was funded $150,000, half coming from the province and half from Loyalist College, to get those enshrined within the budget.
So we need somebody to move it. Councillor Brown and Councillor Henderson. Discussion. So do we need to vote on all the other ones too, right? Or, yeah. Okay, we'll move that. All in favor of that, carried. And then, you got my notes here. That the 26 operating issues D11 to D724 be approved as amended. Moved by Treasurer? D8? D8. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. Discussion? All in favor? Carried. Okay, 5A12, proposed budget detailed tax supported. Recommendation that 26 proposed budget detailed tax supported be approved. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Chapman. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. 5A13, 26 proposed base budget adjustments parking service. 26 proposed base budget adjustments parking service be approved. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. 5A14, 26 operating budget detailed parking services. The 26 operating budget detailed parking services be approved. Moved by Councillor Enright Miller, Councillor Chapman. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. 26 base budget adjustments, water. The 26 proposed base budget adjustments will be approved. Moved by Councillor Thompson, Councillor Chapman. Discussion, all in favor? Thompson, Councillor Thompson, got a question?
Yeah, I'd just like to have the treasurers give explanation to the public where this came about and how it's going to work out for the general public. For both at the same time, if I Mayor made the 5A16 and 15.
you.
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson and all of council. So this is the water and wastewater rebate. It aligns with the seniors ODSP program for property taxes. So we'll be running that in conjunction with it, and it will give credit for those individuals on their water and wastewater bill. The total for the year is probably about a $200 credit that those individuals would see that are applicable for that credit. That will come, as mentioned, to the April 13th with the tax bylaws. We'll have the policy ready for the implementation at that time.
And
Go ahead.
I asked everybody if they possibly could support it as council. I know I've drummed this and drummed it for probably most of my years here. There's only one taxpayer, and if we can align this with Councillor Carr's previous one for tax subsidy, a little bit for the seniors and ones at low income for water and sewer, is still, it may not be a lot, but it's something in the rest, the way escalation and costs are going, so I ask for your support.
Did I get that moved already?
15 is moved and seconded, sir.
Okay, voting on 15, all in favor? Carried. 16, 26, proposed operating issues, water section. Recommendation that 2026 proposed operating issue D61 be approved. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Chatton. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. 5A 17, 26 proposed budget detail water. The 26 proposed budget detail water be approved. Moved by Councillor Enright Miller, seconded by Councillor Chatton. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. 5A 18, that 26 proposed wastewater issues be approved. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Enright Miller. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. Proposed operating issues wastewater, that the 26 proposed operating issue water D61 be approved. Moved by Councillor Chatton, seconded by Councillor Sue. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. Recommendation that the 26 proposed budget detail wastewater be approved. Moved by Councillor Enright Miller, seconded by Councillor Chatton. Discussion, all in favor? All in favor? Carried. 5A 21, 26 department operating plans. 26 department operating plans be approved. Moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Brown. All in favor? Carried. Rise and report. Council at 2:30 with me in the chair, I guess. New business, whatever. We're done, are we? No, we got to go.
Mover, seconder, and vote on that.
Okay. What do we?
The rise and report.
Rise and report. Moving the seconder, Councillor Carr. Councillor Sue, all in favor? Carried.
Then we have new business confirmation.
Okay, new business. Confirmation bylaw, the bylaw 26013 bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council meeting be held on February 25th, be read and passed. Moved by Councillor Sue, Councillor Chatton. Discussion, all in favor? Carried. Motion to adjourn. Before I adjourn, I just want to thank staff for all the work you did on this. I know that we sent you back a few times, or we had to go back a few times. We've already started next year's budget already, I guess, but having said that, a complete one. But I just want to say, and I'll tell council, you all know this, the professionalism of our senior management team is one of the best teams I've ever worked with. And that leads from all of them. And I just can't believe some of the things they achieve in the daytime. And I want to commend everybody here on staff for all you do. And I know, yes. We may not seem it at times that we appreciate it, but sincerely, they call me weekly and tell me how good you guys are. Most of them do, right? So, no, seriously, we all do appreciate it. So with that, motion to adjourn, Councillor Enright Miller, Councillor Carr, all in favor, thank you.
As long as there's no puddle.